Good afternoon, everyone, and a very good afternoon to all watching us online. My name is Łukasz Kamieński, and I'm really pleased to welcome you to this event, the purpose of which is to celebrate the partnership between LSE IDEAS, the foreign policy think tank of the London School of Economics and Political Science, and the Faculty of International and Political Studies of the Jagiellonian University. We have very special guests from London today, the directors of LSE IDEAS, Professor Christopher Coker, Professor Chris Oldham, and Dr. Luke Cooper, an associate researcher at IDEAS. 3 years ago, I was in London. I spent a short research stay at IDEAS, and during one of our meetings with Professor Coker, we came up with the idea that our institutions should do something together. And the Jagiellonian seemed a perfect place for a regional desk of a newly established IDEAS Central and Southeastern Europe program. Well, it took us some time to move from an idea to the place that we are today. And of course, pandemic wasn't very helpful with that. But slowly, step by step, we managed to establish working and, I hope, expanding cooperation, from online events to joint publications to the visiting fellowship scheme for researchers and academics. Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the changing geopolitical landscape, and the grim perspectives of how the situation will develop have vividly focused global attention on the region. It's a dramatic sign showing how important it is to provide in-depth analysis of Central and Eastern Europe. And this is precisely what we try to achieve. This is one of our aims, to offer this kind of studies. The LSE IDEAS Central and Southeastern Europe program at the Jagiellonian University has been established and is a solid platform to promote cooperation, launch new projects, and invite new academics and researchers. And I have to say that when I look at the future of this collaboration, I feel quite optimistic. Well, actually, I feel very optimistic. I'm extremely grateful to both the whole team at IDEAS and the authorities of the faculty for being very committed and supportive. So I would like to invite the Dean of the faculty, Professor Paweł Leidler, for his opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Łukasz. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very special moment in history of the Faculty of International and Political Studies, because one of the dreams, one of the ideas, as I may use the name, of the faculty is to collaborate on various levels with respect to strong, recognized international institutions. And of course, very often, the beginning of such collaboration is connected with some personal contacts between scholars. And of course, it's great to know that LSE, with respect to LSE IDEAS, exactly is the source of our collaboration. So it's an institutional basis today, but I need to refer to what Łukasz mentioned, that his collaboration with Professor Coker gave an opportunity to initiate such a possibility, to create this Central Southeast Europe program here at the Jagiellonian University, more exactly at the Faculty of International and Political Studies. And as Łukasz mentioned, it's a platform. So a platform gives various opportunities for the scholars located in the faculty, but also many other scholars and people not only from the academia, to have a place, a surface on which they can discuss the happenings that are surrounding us. Of course, the idea of this conference, as I know, was not planned with respect to what's happening nowadays around us. But I think that what's happening will have a reflection in some of the thoughts and remarks of the panelists of today's conference. I'm really very grateful that in these very difficult times, when you have a combination of at least two serious threats from the perspective of international relations or foreign relations. One is the COVID consequences. The other one is, of course, the war. That despite these difficulties, Professors Coker, Alden, Dr. Cooper decided to come to us. Of course, in contemporary world, to hold a conference, to hold a seminar, it's not really difficult. You can just turn on your computer, you can go on Zoom or any other platform, and somehow we would be together. But to come to the institution that invites you in so difficult times shows that LSE IDEAS program, the LSE perspective on the collaboration between London and Krakow, between our faculties, is really a very important element, not only for us, but also for our distinguished guests. And I'm very grateful for this. I'm looking forward not only to the panel, the conference, which is one of bigger events happening here, at least till that moment in the year of the Faculty of International and Political Studies, but I'm sure will just be the beginning of a very fruitful collaboration. And as I'm aware, as I learned during our meeting before that panel, that the Romanian branch, that is a little older, more experienced, already holds 2-3 big events every year. We're also looking forward to have such collaboration. And I would like to, referring to our guests, I would like to invite them to come more often. And of course, I'm sure that LSE IDEAS, or more exactly CSEEP at the Faculty of International and Political Studies, will be the leading think tank, which will have an impact on not only what people think, but also will be a platform where freedom of expression, where freedom of research and science will be acknowledged. I would like to thank you, Łukasz, for everything what you did during the last 3 years. We are both aware of the fact, having some institutional positions, that it's not always easy to formalize things, but you can feel today very successful because not only this event, but the whole idea of LSE at the Jagiellonian is your success. Thank you very much. I wish you a fruitful conference, and I'm hoping for future collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Paweł. I feel your support, and I count on it. Now I would like to hand over to the director of LSE IDEAS, Professor Christopher Coker. Christopher?
Thank you very much. It's a delight to be back in Poland. I was here in September talking to Łukasz and his colleagues. I'm the director, one of the two directors of LSE IDEAS, which is the chief foreign policy think tank of the London School of Economics. It's been going, I think, for between 12 and 13 years now. Just to tell you a little bit about it, we run a variety of programs. My colleague will be able to speak to some of them. We tend to divide our responsibilities, our remit, in half. We have a China Foresight program, we have a digital international relations program, We have Women in Diplomacy program, United Nations program, a Global South, and we have this program, the Central and Southeast Europe, which I set up when I came to IDEAS in 2018 with a Romanian colleague, and that is why, as the Dean just mentioned, our leading partner until recently was the Rațiu Foundation in Transylvania. And in 10 days' time, we'll be having a series of workshops, a history workshop, a history teaching workshop. This is how you treat aspects of your past that are very controversial, particularly with politicians. The Holocaust, for example, has just become a mandatory subject for the first time this year in the Romanian school system. It's a tricky problem for Romanians to talk about. And we also are going to run a journalism workshop. We've been doing that for the last couple of years with leading journalists. And I hope that something like that might be done here in the future, to have a series of workshops and not just a conference or a seminar. But as the Dean was saying, this is a very important point in your lives, indeed in ours, because history is changing. It's the end of the post-Cold War security order, which we all took for granted. I don't think our program could be more timely or more time-sensitive than it is now. You, like Romania, are a frontline state now and find yourself in the firing line, perhaps quite literally, one day. And we've also been reminded, as the West unexpectedly has come together, having been frayed for some time, to realize what holds it together in terms of values, such as democracy. We've also, I think this is a time that makes our program perhaps even more critically important than it was when we first started thinking about it 2 years ago. So I'm delighted to thank the university very much for the occasion, to be associated with one of the leading universities in the world, and I will ask my colleague, you will invite him, I won't invite him, Lucas, to say a few more words. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. And yes, I would love to invite Professor Chris Oldham, also the director of LSE IDEAS.
Thank you very much. I don't want to say too much. I just want to add a few comments. One of them is just to emphasize that what we bring and what we hope to share with you is the kind of international dimension, not just the regional, but looking larger and reflecting how the international, its meaning for your university, your insights as they come back to us. So it is a partnership in that way, and we look to expand that, to share that as part of our research agenda in the coming years. And it's a real opportunity for us to begin this in person. I can't emphasize that. It matters to be in person to do these things. Online is good, in person is better. So thank you very much, and we look forward to the conference as one of many.
Thank you, Professor Oldham, and thank you for all opening remarks. Well, the goal of our partnership is to facilitate research, expertise, and the flow of ideas. So let it be. Let's move to what is the main part of this meeting today. To the academic panel on democracy, its threats and challenges. So I would like now to invite all our speakers and the chairperson to the stage. We could begin right now. And
open just at the bottom here.
Relatively stress-free. It's very early in the morning. But it gave me an opportunity to see the city again on a beautiful day.
On a technical note, there will be a 15-minute break after the first three presentations. And the Q&A session will follow the talks of all panelists. So please keep your questions up to the end of the panel. And I think with no further delay, I give the floor to Professor Artur Gruszczak, the head of the Department of National Security at the Jagiellonian, who will chair this panel on democracy, threats and challenges.
Thank you very much, Lucas. If you allow me from this side to thank you for inviting me to facilitate such a terrific panel. I hope that I will be an efficient moderator, and just asking you to just stick to the time limit in order to keep our discussion in the right pace. So if you allow me just to take my place here and to briefly introduce our speakers, because we have two I would say teams. First representing the London School of Economics, and the second Jagiellonian University and Faculty of International Political Studies. So just allow me to introduce briefly our distinguished panelists. And the first panelist is Professor Christopher Coker, Director of LSE IDEAS and the former Professor of International Relations at LSE, and lecturer at the Royal College of Defence Studies, London NATO Defence College, in Rome, Center for International Security, Geneva, and outstanding prolific author of many books which I think which have had an enormous impact on the thinking about contemporary security, about democracy, about political systems and international relations. And his two most recent books are The Rise of a Civilizational State, published with Polity, and Why War? So I would say up-to-date question. Professor Chris Oldham is Director of LSE IDEAS, as we know, and Research Associate with South African Institute of International Affairs. He teaches international relations at LSE, and among his publications are foreign policy analysis, new approaches, China and Africa, building peace and security, cooperation on the continent, new direction in Africa-China studies. And Professor Oldham has had fellowships at Cambridge University, University of Tokyo, Ritsumeikan University in Kyoto, and École Normale Supérieure, and CERI in Paris, and University of Pretoria, last but not least, I guess. Dr. Luke Cooper is associate researcher and consultant based at LSE IDEAS. He's the author of Authoritarian Contagion, the global threat to democracy, which was published by Bristol University Press last year, and Authoritarian Protectionism in Central, Eastern and Southeast Eastern Europe. Dr. Cooper has broad research interests in nationalism, authoritarianism, migration, European politics, and Brexit, and holds PhD in international relations from the University of Sussex. And now moving to the FPIS team, Professor Magdalena Góra is associate professor at the Institute of European Studies, and her research has dealt, because there are many thought in legitimacy, external relations of the European Union, EU activeness, especially EU's close neighborhood, and democracy challenges in the European Union. And she has published several articles in such scholarly journals as Cambridge Review of International Relations, European Politics and Society, European Security, Religion, State and Society, and book chapters and co-edited volumes. Professor Gary Robson is an associate professor at the Faculty of Political and International Studies. He has taught courses and written widely in the UK and Poland on masculinity and class in sports culture, gentrification of London, the British Cultural Revolution in the Blur era, the ethics of embodiment and co-presence in the internet era, surveillance as social control, and his recent interests include surveillance capitalism, corporatocracy, Gen Z, generation studies, globalism, and emerging digital technocracy. And the last representative of FPIS, Dr. Marcin Fatalski, is associate professor at the Institute of American Studies and Polish Diaspora. His research focuses on the modern history of international relations, US foreign policy, and nation building, state building policies. He is the first fellow of LSE, IDEAS, SP Visiting Fellowship Program, with his project on Central and Eastern Europe, a theater of great power rivalry. So I'm really honored to moderate such a distinguished panel with so outstanding scholars. And well, the topic of today's conference is so up to date. It's democracy, and well, democracy which is under pressure, which has to be confronted with many threats as well as challenges. Well, the challenge of democracy has been, we can say, never-ending. Even during these consecutive waves of democratization, which were studied by many scholars, and including Samuel Huntington with his theory of waves of democracy and democratization in the 1980s and early 1990s, which included such different regions as South Asia, Latin America, and finally Eastern Europe. Already at that time, there were many questions concerning robustness of democracy, or consolidation, or democratic consolidation, not only transition to democracy, but also consolidation of democratic institutions and patterns of democratic behavior, representation and participation. And I have a feeling that these big questions which were raised at that time have not lost their strength. They still have to be asked because democracy has been somehow distributed among different threads of political theory, different forms of political organizations, political regimes. Already in the 1990s, some scholars were discussing hybridness of democracy, or hybrid regimes, which are just new democracies, but still coping with the burden of the past. This legacy of authoritarian, even post-totalitarian regimes in Eastern Europe in particular was so huge that it had direct influence on the quality and the strength of democracy. So, talking about various, let's say, strands of democracy, we must not evade the big question: should democracy be somehow defended? Is democracy under constant pressure from different actors, domestically, but also those who are as big players in international politics, in the international arena? I think that these questions and this topic will be discussed and will be presented from many different angles. And without sparing more time, I would like to give the floor, fortunately, real floor to Professor Christopher Coker as the first panelist. Professor, the floor is yours.
Can I speak from here? Okay, thank you very much, and thank you again to the university for the chance to address you. Now, when political scientists such as myself talk about democracy, we often anchor our talks to the idea of democracy or the historicity of democracy. We don't always talk about the value of democracy, and it's important because when values are devalued, then we're in trouble. And I think what we're seeing across the world, including the Western world, is a certain devaluation of democracy. So what do we mean by values? I think there are two kinds in the world that we need to look at. One are instrumental values. What is something for? And it seems to me when we're discussing politics, politics is about power, and it's about the use that you put your power to, what kind of society you want or envisage or want to transform. But there's an existential dimension as well. In other words, how do you empower the citizen? What does the citizen get out of democracy? That would be self-empowerment. And the most important aspect of self-empowerment is self-esteem, that you're able to value yourself because you live in a society which expects that citizens should value themselves. So in very crude instrumental terms, democracy has been the winning formula in the last 200 years. Democracies tend to be richer than other countries. So the United States, for example, became the richest country on the planet as early as 1869 and still retains that position just to this day. Stronger in that democracies tend to win their wars. And the three world wars, the two world wars and the Cold War, were won by the democracies. It's no, I think, accident that that is the case. COVID, of course, is very interesting because if you're in China, you'll be told that the Chinese have dealt with COVID, that autocracies can deal with pandemics much more successfully than democracies. But I wonder whether that, when historians look back, is necessarily going to be the case, because China is still stuck with a second-rate vaccine, unlike France, which has abandoned its own vaccine when Pfizer and Moderna proved to be better. And this zero-COVID strategy, which has locked the country into a kind of zero-sum endgame, as you can see from what's happening in Hong Kong, does raise questions whether autocracies are better at handling the pandemics than democracies. But anyway, it's up to historians looking back to tell us what the narrative will actually be. However, of course, having said these things, I think that democracies are in trouble. Instrumentally, they're in trouble because a person at my university, graduating in the third year, is likely to be less wealthy than her parents. And when it comes to war, well, if you look at Afghanistan, you may question whether democracies are as effective at winning campaigns as they used to be. There's a third value, I think, for democracy, which is creativity. Democracies simply are more creative, empowering capitalism, for example, or whether you like capitalism or not. It's has been hitherto extremely successful at generating wealth. Scientific discovery, I mean, if only for its symbolic value, it's important that democracies got the atomic bomb first. But now, of course, that too is in question because we're in the early stages of the next arms race. And this is the arms race to see who will dominate the field in artificial intelligence. And there are many commentators, even in the United States, who believe China will win because it will be able to mobilize more of its cultural capital. And because artificial intelligence is especially good anyway at empowering authoritarian societies, making them more fit for purpose than Hitler's Germany was, or Stalin's Russia. Think of the social credit system in China today. So you can see why people are beginning to challenge the value of democracy, even in the democracies, in terms of its record for generating power and how that power is used. There's a second, I think, front that we need to look at, and this is the extent to which democracy is being undermined at home. The separation of powers, for example, which is so central to democracy, is now, I think, under threat. We look also at the social contract between citizen and state, which is central to democracy, is under threat. The respect for authority, it's very important that democracies have encouraged their citizens to respect authority, to respect their own lawgivers, to respect the scientists, to respect their own media and its ability to bring the news, to respect lawyers. Today, I think you will find that none of these authorities are respected very much. In fact, in the United States, lawyers practically have no respect whatsoever, even though in his famous book, de Tocqueville called lawyers the natural aristocracy of democratic America, because they were the people most likely to be defending democratic values and democratic institutions. If de Tocqueville were to write about the United States today, he would not be identifying lawyers, I think, as a natural aristocracy. The separation of powers is, of course, threatened because of political appointments in courts, like the Supreme Court in the United States. You've had this debate yourself in Poland about the politicization of the courts, and of course the debate is no debate, but anyway, the problem in Hungary is one that has entertained the European Commission. There's a frayed social contract because this is an age of anger, much of it directed now against a variety of enemies, the dark state, whether it exists or not, political elites, migrants. There's a lot of anger, more anger than I can remember at any time in my lifetime. And as I said, respect for authority is at a low ebb. Just look at the media now and how it's divided into Fox News and Breitbart and various other ghettos, the kind of ghettoization of the media, which enables you to live in your own angry bubble and never to actually have a conversation with anybody whose political opinions or social mores might possibly differ from your own. When it comes to the existential value of democracy, I am talking here about self-esteem. I think one of the central speeches that Thucydides gives Pericles in his history, and it's a passage which is usually ignored, is when Pericles, addressing the Athenian assembly, says, "We, your rulers, are the first ever to obey your laws." And he says, "We, your rulers." Politicians are basically oligarchs who are put in power and then run the country for us. They are our rulers. In a democracy, we judge them by whether they obey their laws and our laws. And in most countries, that is not the case. However, is democracy essential for self-esteem? After looking at this subject for many years, I've come to the conclusion that there are only two things that human beings really, genuinely get annoyed about. One is injustice, and the other is tyranny. We've observed monkeys, for example. If two monkeys are in two separate cages and you give one monkey one banana and another monkey two bananas, the first monkey becomes very upset very, very quickly. This is our natural dislike of injustice, of unfairness, when people are being given benefits that we ourselves do not share. So is democracy the only form of government that can guarantee justice? It's a very important question. Or fairness? Historians would probably argue not, since democracies are extremely recent. Tyranny. most political systems in history have denounced tyranny. In China, the emperors were required to obey the mandate of heaven. And when they acted outside the law, which might be Confucian precepts, but not always, then that mandate of heaven was withdrawn from them. Most societies in history have punished tyranny. Indeed, tyrannicide has been considered perhaps the only form of political protest allowed when the ruler has acted on a whim outside any concept of law. But authoritarian systems can be just, and they can obey the rule book. The reason why they don't, for the most part, is because of corruption, which is at the heart, of course, of all power, how you reward your own associates. Russia, of course, is a key case of a kleptocracy, where oligarchs and others have been robbing Russian citizens for the last 30 years. Is democracy the best way of dealing with corruption? The corruption of political and economic power, that's an extraordinarily important question. There's one other challenge that I would recognize today, and that is the culture wars. And the whole discussion about wokeness and political correctness. It's very disturbing to me to find that at Edinburgh University, a famous tower, the David Hume Tower, named after one of the great philosophers of the United Kingdom, indeed one of the great European philosophers of the 18th century, is now being renamed 40 George Street, because a single US student happened to come across some writings in which Hume made some comments that we would consider unacceptable today about racial intelligence, but that were par for the course at the time that he was actually writing. I wonder how much democracies can survive if their citizens spend a lot of their time toppling the household gods. Self-respect is also respect in part for the ancestors. And self-criticism is only possible if you have a measure of self-belief. And what we now face in countries like Russia and China are two societies that are selectively interpreting their history. Patriotic history courses in China, of course, an entirely new generation of Chinese school children are being taught a narrative about their history, the century of humiliation, which was a narrative that appeals particularly to the Communist Party of China because it legitimates their rule. We will make sure that never again will the humiliations visited upon your ancestors be visited upon you or your children in your lifetime or in theirs. It's interesting that the first textbook on the century of humiliation was published in 1930, so it is not specific, by the way, to the Communist Party or this particular era of Chinese history. But no book was published with this narrative of history between 1949 and 1990, because it was banned in China by Mao Zedong and the Communist Party. There, the narrative of history was class struggle. It was not about nation versus nation. It was not about the Opium Wars or anything like this. It was class struggle. So everyone has narratives, and democratic narratives, it seems to me, have to be different from autocratic narratives. In other words, people are entitled to think for themselves about their nation's history. But if you trash your history altogether, if you have no respect for your ancestors, if you can't contextualize historically why they did the things they did, then I think you're in trouble. And by the way, this is not just a criticism of the left, which has to a large extent appropriated the culture wars, but the culture wars are also carried out by the right. And there is, for example, in Texas, the State Educational Board has just introduced in high schools, social studies, a textbook describing slaves as migrant workers. So both sides are playing this game, and I think it's a very dangerous one. And if I'm talking about the American right, I would also add there's another challenge to democracy. Democracy has always been debated, the pros and cons, largely in a secular language. But today in the United States, of course, it is now debated in the language of faith rather than rational argument. Many of the 73 million Americans who voted for Donald Trump in the election, the second election, and and still reject the election result are Christian nationalists. The term Christian nationalism dates back, by the way, to the 1940s. It's not a new term. I'm not saying at all that religion has no place in politics or in the discussion and debate about the value of democracy. But I do think that it is very difficult for governments in democratic countries to conduct that debate in the language of faith. That should be a matter for private conviction. So I'm not going to say more than that. I mean, we can look at many other factors such as social media and the internet and how that is one of the biggest challenges to democratic governments because it encourages left-wing and right-wing factionalism and left-wing and right-wing conspiracy theories and fantasies. And I could also have talked about Russian troll factories, which have been undermining democratic values, Russian interference in elections and in Brexit in my own country. Though I don't think that the election in the United States was determined by that any more than Brexit was, but it is a factor. And troll factories are not going to be just unique to Russia. And I'm going to just end that the biggest threat to all of us on this planet, at the end of the day, comes from gullibility, which may be a problem by education, and from the stupidity of our politicians, who are far less, I have to say, impressive than any group that I can imagine or ever came across in my 68 years. And that includes, of course, what's happening in China. The banality of politics in China is extremely dangerous with the now Xi Jinping thought centers, which are proliferating across the country. They were started in 2017. They're now mandatory teaching in Chinese schools. And if you want to see the banality of a Chinese official, then you should see a speech that was given by the domestic security chief in December last year, in which he referred to Xi Jinping thoughts on law 27 times by name in one speech. I think that's even in Stalin's Russia. I suspect he wouldn't have referred 27 times in a single speech to what Stalin's thoughts on this or that actually were. Perhaps I can be proved wrong. Idiocracy, as we call it, rather than democracy or autocracy, may be one of the biggest problems threatening us all. But even that may not be a problem because the machines may be thinking for us quite soon, so we needn't worry too much about the quality of our politicians. But to just conclude with what is the theme of this talk, it is that democracy is under threat. The value of democracy is under threat because we are devaluing it in many, many different ways, sometimes in ways we're not, or people who are devaluing it are not even conscious of. And that perhaps is the greatest challenge of all. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor, for sharing your ideas on democracy as a value. Well, we might just ask another question: value added to what, or how to measure this value? But of course, these are some, let's say, further questions for never-ending discussion. I think. Now I'd like to give the floor to Professor Chris Oldham with his reflections on democracy in South Africa and the movement from the post-apartheid period to democratization, and then some troubles with democratic consolidation and democratic life.
Yes, in the old days, we used to shuffle papers at the beginning. I'm going to shuffle on here to find my presentation. This is it. No, that isn't it. Let's see. Ah, here it is. I see it. Okay. Great. Okay. What I'd like to pick up on the themes of values, democracy, as applied in the case, as applied to non-Western settings, and to explore what goes wrong in some of these democracies. South African democracy was, of course, seen to be emblematic of a certain age, of the third wave of democratization. However, within a 20-plus year span, it went from a darling, the so-called rainbow nation in its own terms, of a shining light of racial equality, embrace of multiracialism in a democratic form in what had been a deeply divided state, and become yet again a deeply divided state. Why is it that democracy has only been partially consolidated? I don't think everything about it hasn't worked, but I think many things have not. And it has implications for our understanding of how democracies or new democracies fail or can fail, and what it is we can do perhaps about it. So I'm just going to go through the following points, just a bit of scene setting: South Africa, apartheid, and the Cold War. The new democratic covenant, the democratic transition. The transition under a microscope. What was it about the transition that has laid the foundation for some of the problems that we experience in the South African case? So structures, actors, the political economy, and narratives. And in some way, maybe this reflects back on some of the discussions about losing faith, the way we talk about democracy. Right? One individual and the term state capture, President Jacob Zuma. And I think it may bring it back home to this region in a way that you may not expect. I'll talk about that in a second. And then finally, a few reflections on what might be called a broken covenant, right? A broken democratic covenant. So South Africa is infamous for a very explicit, in the mid-20th century, the adoption of and promotion of a very explicit racial separatist segregated system. It's also famous for doing so in the context of a world that was beginning to break down those very walls, and then in that context defending the white state, the white-dominated racial state, which represented about 15%. In 1960, about 20+% of the population was white origin, European origin. Over time, the demographic change shifted the balance. But in any case, that small percentage controlled nearly 90% of the territory. They applied segregationist logic to all facets of life. And as independent Africa and the world at large became aware of these things, they began to support local efforts to reclaim civil rights for the majority population, the African population. The Cold War dimension, of course, is that South Africa was drawn in to that Cold War, and again, the logic of left-right politics, the African National Congress and others on the Liberation Front side, and the National Party, the state, the Christian nationalists, in fact, in South Africa, were holding the fort together, as it were. By the late Cold War, the military stalemate gave rise to an opportunity for discussion and indeed negotiation. What they couldn't negotiate at that stage was the logic at that point was a political economy that left the majority African population poorly educated, systematically poorly educated, under-resourced, having a per capita income that was equivalent of its African neighbors, while the minority white population had a per capita income roughly of Spain in that particular day. Okay? There was also a patchwork of political logic. This is a map of South Africa plus what was called internally the 5th province, Southwest Africa or Namibia, and you had political representation played out in homelands or Bantustans. Okay, so this is a huge political economic challenge to bring this divided society together in a democratic form. Okay. So that was what was at stake, and that was the negotiations that transpired from they began a little bit before 1988, but began in earnest from 1988. And what's important about this new covenant, this democratic covenant that is put together at this stage, is it makes some forward motion in terms of addressing key problems, political representation being the most significant of these. Black majority Africans, Asians, and what they call in South Africa colored people or people of mixed race were given the franchise in a formal constitutional, democratic constitutional way. But some of the other issues were pushed aside or set aside, right? The problematic of deep economic inequality, right? And that becomes neglect of that particular dimension becomes a problem for the consolidation of South African democracy. This, of course, is a picture I put this picture here because Mandela and his wife, to whom he was actually quite alienated from, despite the sort of arm-to-arm togetherness of this picture, represent in some way the two tendencies within the African National Congress. Nelson Mandela became, over time, a more liberal-minded individual, supportive of liberal values and the like. Winnie Mandela represents someone who was much more about promoting of violence, much more hardline, a sort of follower of the revolution, as it were, in any form it chose to she or it took. Okay. What we have, well, just an anecdote. I would say when I taught in South Africa, I taught Winnie in a classroom not unlike this. She used to come in with her her security guards would come in. They'd sit down, and the students they'd wait for the students to quiet down. Then she would come in, sort of preside. It would always interrupt the event, and we would then, now we're ready to begin. I have arrived, right? The students were because she had a very controversial role within the townships themselves, the students would sometimes hiss or pass notes or things like that. She was not beloved necessarily of all of the population because of the way her security guards managed the township area where she was. Anyway, Mandela and Mbeki, the first two presidents, I think they expended the democratic transition, the goodwill. They spent a lot of time doing great things on the global stage, or so they believed to be, but they wasted an opportunity domestically. They didn't grasp the nettle of the problem. Mandela, his idealism, he goes out and tries to promote good liberal change in places like military-led Nigeria, and does in fact fail to do so, learns a very hard lesson that African governments will support other African leaders and not necessarily ideals such as democracy in that particular setting. He goes to Indonesia and shocks Suharto at the time and says, I was a prisoner, Shinana Gusmao is in prison, let's go meet him, right, at a state meeting. He says this at the table. Suharto says no, but what that does do is it does spark the beginning of a discussion and the release of Shinana Gusmao, which has implications for Suharto's rule. Burundi, Mandela believes that his mediating effect and the experience of South Africa can be applied. The Rainbow Nation is really his and Desmond Tutu's emblem. ANC is a bastion for non-racialism, neoliberalism is applied domestically, and so on and so forth. Mbeki's his successor, is even more expansive. He thinks that South African democracies can lead the democratic charge and the language of liberalism and neoliberalism, in fact, across the continent of Africa, right? He believes that South Africa can use its resources to promote an African renaissance, that he reconfigures the African Union, the OAU, what had been called a trade union of dictators, was reconfigured to become an organization that would suspend coup makers within African governments, right? So it was an organization that applied a democratic logic to regional participation and membership in regional organizations. It also rewrote the rules on intervention. Rather than a commitment to non-intervention, there was a commitment to non-indifference. You could not, all signatories, you could not sit by and let the Rwandese genocide happen again, or ethnic cleansing in Darfur, right? So these were very conscious efforts to produce and integrate some of the liberal values into a regional organization that had been, in its earlier form, a strong defender of sovereignty above all other human social and human considerations. There was also, under Mbeki, an effort to get other African states to sign up for a peer review as a prerequisite to seeking out getting resources from the G7 countries. This was the essence of Blair's partnership with Africa, right? Mbeki, Blair, and others together at the G7 meeting in Glen Eagles committed themselves to this particular process. At the same time, we see the beginning of new narratives, new ideas, or rather old narratives, right? Rather than non-racialism, Mbeki starts to talk about South Africa as two nations. He recognized black and white, distinctive in economic setting and the like. But while stating the obvious, this new narrative becomes an enabling factor in creating a new discourse about South Africa. We also see that taking being brought into the global stage when he runs a UN summit on racialism, and they start to discuss about a world divided, a global along lines that are similar to apartheid, global apartheid. In domestic terms, he starts to do what he calls ANC cadre deployment. That is to say, he's frustrated because he can't actually get his way, and so he begins to take the party itself and just reappoint people without reference to governorships in provinces, without reference to electoral politics. And then finally, he obliges all businesses to have on as shareholders on their board, black South Africans, admirable, supportive, what have you. The trouble is that these people often did not have qualifications. It begins to lose the trust of the business sector as a result. Okay. So, under the microscope, structures, actors, political economy, and narratives. The liberal constitution fails South Africa. The one that's negotiated, right, does indeed provide for a franchise, but it continues to allow a one-party democracy to dominate, right? So you can have a democracy, but it's all contained within the confines of one particular party, which is increasingly mobilizing its support not on that messaging, that non-racial messaging, but a stronger racial reading of the politics, rereading of this politics of South Africa. Part of the problem are actors, a liberation movement that can't get away from its sources, its origin as a revolutionary movement. Another problem is the liberal opposition, which can't let go of its kind of centering of itself as a representative of white South African or non-African members. They the fact that they are continually putting forward ideas that have limited appeal or lack recognition of the majority concerns of the majority in the townships is something that has particularly challenges, continues to replay the setting of a racialized politics between an ANC and a white-dominated party. The political economy, we have a transition, but it doesn't transition to ownership. The BEE program is one that's a failed one. It becomes a sort of way to accrue wealth through the playing of racial card, not through meritocracy, right? So the problem with that is we have Cyril Ramaphosa, for instance, who is now president, becomes a Rand billionaire because of his successive positioning on all the different leading corporate institutions. That is not a proxy for getting real jobs and creating real economic gains. Unemployment continues to sit at 30% of the population. Youth unemployment, nearly 80%, right? So a South African economy that continues to recreate the problems of the past, the inequalities of the past, is one that is destined to run into trouble. And democratic dealings does not, or constitutional means, is not equipped to manage that. So those are political failings of actors in the system who inherited it. And then thirdly, as I mentioned, the historical narratives and discourses on race and racism are surfaced back again. And why that matters because it sets the stage for a kind of radical sweeping of the minority productive sectors within the economy. They are being marginalized, and their children are immigrating out of the country. So, Jacob Zuma comes to power, and he institutes state capture. He uses the presidency as an opportunity for profit. The parastatals are eluded. Gives jobs to contracts to friends. It is estimated a third of South Africa's GDP is lost to corruption under Zuma, right? So he's done a phenomenal job in wiping that out. Reintroduce the racial discourse is actually an ethnic discourse in his hands. So he begins to put forward an African National Congress who relies on Zulu nationalism, a particular tribe, the dominant tribe in the region. Thirdly, he goes too far, actually, and this is why I said, surprisingly, all of this comes back to this region. A Russian nuclear deal, the largest deal in South African history, right, was struck between Jacob Zuma and Vladimir Putin, and it was one which 100 billion US dollars in value. It was soon after the South African government had issued its abstention and then subsequent support for Crimea, saying, Zuma was asked, said, because we need to keep BRIC solidarity, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, that grouping that you're familiar with. And this particular episode created the conditions for actually the demise of Zuma. Just some images here. A lot of what happened in corruption terms, personalized corruption, was use state resources in conjunction with a particular group of businessmen, the Gupta brothers, who came together and built magnificent palaces all around the South African landscape. But as I said, it was really the Russian nuclear deal which ended up undermining Jacob Zuma. It was something that the constitutional courts had, by 2017, the deal was struck in 2014 in a series of meetings up in Moscow and outside. It became controversial. immediately within the public domain. Russian NGO actors had gone to South African actors and said, look, we have a copy of the contract, which was secret at that time. That became publicized in the media. And out of all of that, we began to see a reversal of this, or a push to suspend this at the Constitutional Court level. And indeed, it was suspended. And the controversy that carried on between April 2017 and 2018, when Zuma was ousted, represents, in some sense, both the demise of democracy, but also the success of democracy, right? The institutions held in that particular case, the judiciary and that element of the Constitution held solid and did not bend to the pressure that was placed by the Zuma administration on it. At the same time, so he's ousted, but some things were lost. And again, I come back to my opening point. South Africa was seen as, in many ways, as representing an opportunity for a different kind of democracy, a democracy that was outside of the Western realm, that addressed deeply rooted racial divisions, replicated in economic inequalities and the like. But in fact, what we have is a political party which has used that, or leaders within that political party have used that, and an opposition which has failed to act sufficiently strongly, have used all of that to create what I might call a broken democratic covenant. This is a picture, by the way, in Cape Town of the Parliament building, which caught on fire symbolically in the last few months, earlier this year. And indeed, why did it fall? Why did it burn? Because there were no security guards there. The electricity had been failing. So there was nothing to trigger the alarms that were necessary, and so on and so forth. So in some way, the symbolism of South Africa as a failing democracy becomes all the more so. My last comments is, if you look at things like South Africa's position, South Africa's the largest per capita student, spends more in education for its students than any other developing country in the world, and yet it gets some of the lowest outputs for that particular students. Electricity generation, no investment in infrastructure. What Jacob Zuma did with state capture is channel those resources into the pockets of friends and what have you, so that Eskom, the state, all the state providers are no longer providing. And then per capita income has remained not just frozen, but fallen, right, for some of the most poorest groups, and relative life expectancy relative to other African countries. So it is a picture that I think South African democracy might just be on life support, right? Might just be on life support. And it's a story that tells us, I think, two or three things. One, that values matter, right? Discourses matter, narratives matter. How you talk about your institutions influences the degree of trust you have for them and how those institutions perform, right? Secondly, the nature of democratic transitions. If an incomplete transition, one that kicks the difficult issues down the road, may be part of the political expediency of compromise, but it is one that mortgages the future of that democracy, right? And third, leadership matters, ultimately. You know, the fish rots from the head down. If the leader is not up to it, it's difficult to sustain democracy in its best form. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ozzy, for this very interesting case of South Africa's democratic troubles. And now I'd like to invite Dr. Luke Cooper for taking the floor.
Thank you. So, is mine on here? This is yours? Oh, is that? Sorry, it's been given a different name. No, that's not mine. Oh, okay, help you. Okay, thank you. It's here. Perfect. Yeah. So that looked like a very interesting presentation, but I'm afraid it's not mine, so you're stuck with this one. It's a pleasure to be here, and I think in some ways what I'm going to say follows very nicely from Chris's final 3 points. I'm going to talk about some of the ideas that I put forward in my book that was published last year, and also try to think through how recent political events, particularly, I'm afraid, in this part of the world, fits with the narrative and arguments that I put forward in the book. And so when I started looking at this in 2018, I was spending some time at a research institute in Vienna that you might have heard of, the Institute of Human Sciences. And I wanted to build a comparative picture of what I would call, echoing some historical sociologists, the surprising resemblances of the global authoritarian turn, because it just struck me that many of the same narratives and methods that the new authoritarianism was employing around political mobilization were really quite similar and warranted building or attempting to build a global analysis. And to do that, I went back to the ideas of Antonio Gramsci, the Italian Marxist, and his account of hegemony and how legitimacy is established by those seeking leadership. What kind of ideas and language are being mobilized by the new authoritarian threat that gives an appeal and potency to democratic regression? What's drawing people behind this politics? What structural forces are affecting and shaping and driving and pushing forward this transformation that we can witness? So how do those structural forces relate to and interact with the discourses? And how does democracy need to change or need to be rebooted to deal with some of these challenges? Now, in a way, I don't think you necessarily need to exclusively rely on Gramsci. I suspect he probably isn't to the flavour of political theory that for everyone in the room, but I think this is in some ways quite similar to Joseph Nye's point, the famous American international relations scholar, where we need to, if we just focus on hard power and relative hard power in international systems, so mechanisms of coercion between states, we will miss the power and the potency and appeal of transnational ideas. And I suspect there are different ways you can therefore get to some of the same conclusions that I get to. Now, what I argue is kind of holding together this picture of the commonalities we see in the global spread of authoritarianism is the diminished status of the idea of the individual, particularly the self-maximizing individual subject in contemporary right-wing thinking. And its displacement is pushing away of that idea, the importance of the individual, by something else, by actually a much more collective set of registers. The idea of the nation, the idea of kin and creed, and the idea of group identity becomes much more important than individual self-maximization. Now, this doesn't mean that individualism is no longer important to the global political economy. It doesn't mean that ideas like meritocracy are not still hugely important. But what I question is whether political leaders that are seeking authoritarian trajectories in politics, whether they still really emphasize and give really see individualism as something that's important to how they garner legitimacy from populations. And I want to call that into question. And I think you can show this by going back to the ideas of Margaret Thatcher, and you can go back to the ideas of Ronald Reagan, and you can see how important the individual was as a self-maximizing subject to how they built their argument amongst the population for the political transformations that they wanted to achieve and they valued. And I choose three elements of this, drawing from Thatcher's speeches and interviews. The first is that in the context of the Cold War and that huge battle of ideas between communism on the one side and Western capitalism on the other, that Thatcher was relentlessly attacking not only the idea of communism, but the idea of utopia as she held it to exist in British society. And so what she really disliked was, the threat, the enemy within, the socialists, who were hoping that a collective politics could emerge, not as something somewhere else, but in Britain at the time. And Reagan, of course, used similar arguments himself. And as I don't know what you think about my Prime Minister, Boris Johnson. He would see himself very much as a follower of Margaret Thatcher. But I don't think you would ever hear Johnson say, like in the 2019 general election, for example, life in the Britain I want to build won't be easy. He would, in fact, even muse that he might say such a thing seems crazy, because it's all sunlit, happy optimism. There's none of this attack on utopia in contemporary right-wing thought. Thatcher also, as I intimated in my opening comments, was committed to a very, very hard-line view of meritocracy and went out and promoted this very assertively. And so she argued that a great country, so national identity and nationalism, was certainly very important to her political imaginary. A great country would be built by fearless people who weren't scared of competing with one another in the marketplace. And of course, at the heart of these ideas of neoliberalism was this idea of the trickle-down effect. And Thatcher accused her opponents of wanting the poor to be poorer so long as the rich were less rich. So I think that something has changed. And so what's changed in contemporary right-wing thought? Well, I argue that there are a few steps that we can see and that we can draw on different cases internationally, examples of authoritarianism that go through these steps, from community, the construction of interests, to some kind of sense of time, of where you want to go in the future. And the first step is to define the community in exclusionary terms, usually on the basis of some kind of ethnic political identity. And the second step is to convince the wider community of insiders within this group that they have fundamental interests of some kind that are steeply counterposed to those that are outside of the group, whether that's a cosmopolitan elite, whether that's migrants and refugees, whether that's ethnic or sexual minorities. So they have fundamental interests that are opposed to them. And that, I think, also leads into a different distributional claim. But if you persuade people that they have fundamental interests and you convince them in their sense of time that those interests are at stake, those are at risk because of some kind of existential threat, a civilizational emergency, that their identity is at risk, then if you go through those discursive steps amongst the population, then you're very likely to be able to persuade them that the attacks on democracy are justified in order to protect their identity and their interests. And that, I think, is part of this slippage, or how this slippage emerges from the construction of steep partisan interests to democratic erosion, attacks on the rule of law, and attacks on the human rights system, the separation of powers, and so on. Now, this also leads to a big difference, I think, with the classical neoliberal, if you like, framework of individualism that I mentioned, because it has a different argument about distribution. So for Thatcher and Reagan, distribution was based on your hard work, how much you put in, and how much you got out. In new authoritarian right-wing discourses, I think this changes. So distribution becomes a right conferred by in-group membership. And you see this, for example, in Hungary very clearly, or I think in this country too, arguably, where you get this whole idea that we need to build a national elite, a national capitalists. And why does it have to be a national capitalist? Well, because they're part of the in-group. They're part of my imaginary. And I want to illustrate this argument by talking about the ideas of an obscure Silicon Valley billionaire, because why not? But Peter Thiel, who's shown in this PowerPoint slide, came to the attention of thinkers and writers on democracy after the 2008 financial crisis, because he wrote a very widely shared blog. It's very short, but of course, if you're the founder of PayPal, so you're a pretty significant individual, he's not involved in them anymore, so you can continue to use the service guilt-free. But if you're the founder of PayPal and you write a short blog saying the game is up for democracy, people are going to take notice. And what he argued is that, look, supporters of the free market can no longer expect democracy to be consistent with their values anymore. We need to talk about an alternative to the democratic system. Now, Thiel would go on to become a very big supporter of Donald Trump, and he spoke at the Republican Congress in 2016, backing very strongly the Trump agenda. And the reason I think it's an interesting case is because, look, Thiel is a very, very hardline supporter of the free market. He thinks that there should be no public expenditure on anything, like sometimes referred to as anarcho-capitalism. You can forget education spending, healthcare spending, certainly not welfare, you name it, it shouldn't exist. But what's interesting about the speech he gave to the Republican Congress in 2016 is that this argument collapsed when it met political reality. He didn't mention it. In fact, quite on the contrary, he argued that America was in decline, that if you go to Sacramento, not so far away from Silicon Valley, you will find a declining America, that people like him, the business elite, the Silicon Valley elite, don't recognize as part of the same America, and that the American system has not worked for the ordinary American. In other words, Donald Trump should be supported because he would make Americans, ordinary Americans, not only feel satisfied in their identity again, he would confer to them rights at the level of distribution. They would expect to be economically better off. The other interesting text that I'm fond of to cash out and explain these arguments is put forward by the Heritage Foundation, a right-wing think tank in the US that supplied most of the staff for the Donald Trump White House. And this argument, again, is very different from necessarily an I will protect you, if you like, argument, but it's become a popular meme in US right-wing circles, and they wrote an essay that you can find on their website with the same title to argue that America is a republic, not a democracy. And here, this idea is different from what I just explained via Peter Thiel, but it's this idea that actually American nationhood is threatened by the multicultural, permissive, democratic upsurge of American society, and that progressives in the US who want America to become more democratic and more recognizing, say, the complexity and diversity of contemporary American society are making a category error, because America has never been a democracy. It was founded as a republic, and it should remain so. And that becomes a very important argument to consolidate political support amongst the judiciary in the US, and to see the Supreme Court as an actor, an institution that needs to be protected from a series of democratic threats. Now, so there's that argument, to keep that argument in your mind, because it's also very different from what we see in Hungary, even though I say that these politics are comparable. We find differences in the type of arguments that are put forward. So whereas the Heritage Foundation says, well, hang on, democracy is the concern here, what's happened in Hungary with the Viktor Orbán regime is very different, because here it becomes the attack of the new authoritarianism takes aim at liberalism, not at democracy, and in fact champions the democratic majority, the rights of the democratic majority, to attack liberal individual rights if they so choose. So when I was doing the research for the book, I met Zoltán Kovács, who's above Viktor Orbán in this PowerPoint slide. And you know what's interesting, and it's the same, you can find the same in Viktor Orbán's archive of speeches. You don't need to interview Kovács. It's very much hidden in plain sight. But the rejection of liberalism is extremely explicit, and it takes aim particularly at two elements. On the one hand, it takes aim at the idea that the individual should be a foundation of the political community in some way. But it also takes aim at the argument that minorities of any kind have rights in relation to majorities. And he was very explicit about that to me. Elsewhere in the same interview, he argued that NGOs don't have a right to exist in Hungary or anywhere else because no one has elected NGOs as civil society organisation. So they don't have a democratic mandate from anyone, and therefore they don't have rights in relation to the majority, i.e. the government, i.e. Viktor Orbán. So I think to bring us to the present day, and I must say I'm not an expert on Putin, but from what I understand, and I'll be interested to hear your thoughts or what I've heard, I think it can be situated within the framework that I've put forward. Because we find a similar claim to protection and ethnic Russians against a series of different threats, whether that's Nazis in Ukraine, whether that's NATO and the West as a security alliance. Putin has for a long time cultivated through patronage in the media and elsewhere fascists in Russian society. Alexandra Dugin is a good example of someone that has a complex relationship to his regime. And I suppose what events over the last year to 18 months have shown people like me who are like thinking, well, questioning how serious we should take this patronage towards fascist elements in Russia, whether Putin really believed it. Well, I suppose recent events demonstrate that Putin has taken on board himself many of the ideas of the fascists that he has for a long time supported, and he's willing to break international rule of law taboos in relation to sovereignty in particular, and go as far to deny Ukrainians not only a right to self-determination, but actually their very existence and identity as a national people. So what's happening here? Is there a big explanation for why this is going on? Well, I'm still working on this, so it's tentative, but I want to put forward the idea that actually we're seeing a crisis in an increasingly zero-sum politics in a increasingly zero-sum society. Societies all over the world, as a result of structural economic factors and environmental challenges, are struggling with low-growth economics, the reality of low-growth economics. That's true, by the way, even in China, where in recent years the economic growth is slackening compared to the runaway growth of previously. And I think that challenges it introduces a challenge to distribution at three different levels that we can analyse and think about how the politics of this play out. The first is that in low-growth societies, it tends to favour the owners of capital over those that sell their wages. This is something that Thomas Piketty in his work has exhaustively proven and demonstrated, that low growth tends to advantage capital owners over those that are dependent on selling their labour, those that are earning a wage. And so that means that we can expect in low growth society there to be growing conflict between capital and labour, which might not be conducive to the preservation of democratic structures. There's similarly, and we can see this geopolitical conflict element play out too, low-growth societies also will seek to maximise their returns through geopolitics, through international relations as well. So there's an interstate set of dynamics, a growing conflict over the sources and beneficiaries of economic growth in the international system. And there's also, very important, a geographical axis. And here I'm talking about internally to particular societies. And the classic distinction, or the classic examples of this would be left behind, United States, geographies, the Rust Belt, tending towards the Republicans and to Donald Trump in recent years, while urban areas that are being able to capture more of the economic growth that society is producing, tending to vote more progressively. And you see similar dynamics in different parts of Europe as well. And so in situations of low growth, there are two big losers. One is entrepreneurs, because it's very difficult to set up businesses that are able to compete with those that are already wealthy. And the other big loser, as I mentioned, is the worker. And I think what fundamentally is needed here as a democratic response is some kind of a counter protection that is able to answer the problems of a low-growth society in an egalitarian way. I'm out of time, so apologies to the timekeeper. and so I don't have much time to talk about this. But I think I basically have some concerns about the direction of European politics in the current crisis, particularly the recent statement of the Versailles Declaration. People like me, who are on the left, generally are pretty happy, I'd say, with the European Union in recent years. Seems to have abandoned the austerity of 10 years ago. In many countries, the European Union is now a source of infrastructure investment, not a driver of austerity. So that's great. But I do think in some of the language, the return of geopolitical Europe, there is a bit of a danger of a new kind of Europe first politics emerging. You see that in the stress, I think, in Versailles, the Versailles Declaration. And I think that potentially presents some risks. Is this Europe saying, in this low-growth world, we are going to put Europeans first, and are we happy and satisfied with the potential geopolitical consequences of that decision, whether that's the rest of the world, whether that's societies that are in desperate need of European investment, development assistance? Is this politics of putting Europeans first and really stressing that, is that sustainable? And will that not bring further democratic questions of its own for our societies? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cooper. Actually, we just moved from ideas to material goods, and also with a bit of modernization troubles, how to say embed democracy and the values with just material needs and prosperity. All right, thank you very much for this presentation in the first part. Now we'll have 15 minutes break, and afterwards we will resume our conference with the next 3 presentations. Thank you. three speakers representing the Faculty of International Political Studies, and is following the order of appearance of the order of presentations. I'd like to take the floor, Dr. Marcin Fatalski, with presentation on liberal democracy in Central and Eastern Europe and the problem of illiberalism.
Thank you very much. Does it work? Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be here, and thank you for the privilege of delivering this speech on illiberalism and the state of liberal democracy in Central and Eastern Europe. You see, when I been thinking about this topic, and I offered this topic to organizers, I did not think that this debate on the state of democracy and liberal democracy and liberalism that was so visible and so it was a source of many emotions, political controversies in recent months and even years, that everything would be overshadowed by the events in the East and the war. But you see, however, the events, developments that take place in Poland and Hungary and that provoked the criticism of European Union and democratic administration of Joe Biden. However, all those things today seem less important, as I said. They will not disappear. I mean, the fact that Poland and Hungary experienced in recent years the transformation towards something that is called illiberal democracy will come back and will remain a topic of argument and conflict between the West, so to say, I mean the US and European Union. The question that scholars, commentators ask themselves is the question, what happened in Poland, why, and Hungary, and perhaps what may happen in other European, Central, Eastern European countries, and why does it happen? Whether the roots, the foundations of liberal democracy appeared too weak, and whether this transformation never really ended and was completed by societies and political and social elite in those countries. You see, there are various attempts of answer for those questions. Scholars who try to deal with the problem of democracy in Poland, Hungary, other European countries, Central Eastern European countries, and Russia say that perhaps in Russia the transformation was never real. I mean, the process of creating institutions, of creating democracy was a kind of, they just pretended that they did it. I mean, that never happened. Illiberal movements that appear on the political scene in the West and the Eastern Europe are somehow coexisting, and there is an effect of synergy we can observe. You see, what is going on, what is happening in Poland and in Hungary should be considered in two aspects, in two contexts, regional and global. There were many thoughts here expressed by my predecessors who said about what happened in the United States and in the West generally. So let me focus on what happened in Eastern Europe. The reason for which illiberal movement, illiberal shift we can observe in Eastern Europe is fear. Fear of the society that was used by politicians who questioned not only liberalism in itself, but also liberal democracy as a general concept. What is the source of this fear? As I have mentioned, I've been listening with great interest my predecessors. For example, those observations on cultural wars, on social changes. Everything that I've heard already can be found in what's going on, what is happening in Central Eastern Europe today. Sometimes those who comment, who elaborate the problem of illiberal democracy, of illiberalism, use also the term of populism. I wouldn't like to go too much into the term of definition of populism because it creates a lot of problems, conflicts. Let me say that illiberalism, illiberal politicians often use populism, but also liberal politicians sometimes use populism as an instrument, as a tool of making policy. We can find a lot of the definitions of populism, but the very idea of that political attitude, that what populism is to take care of people. Populism generally is the idea of conflict between elite and the people. As I said, sometimes also liberal politicians may use this language, may use this idea differently, slightly, but also they do this. The illiberal concept of democracy is based on that conflict as a core of politics, as a core of making policy in a particular country. You see, it was Ivan Krastev who used that example, and I certainly envy him, so I pay justice to him, and let me use the same example today. Now, in 1922, the first Polish president, Gabriel Narutowicz, was murdered after several days of his office period. And he was murdered by an artist, a nationalist. The murderer explained his act as something that was making justice. You see, he said that Narutowicz was elected by minority. Actually, the first Polish president was elected by an unusual coalition of central, left-wing, and minority also national minorities parties. You see, and all that unusual coalition, I would say, provoked a hurricane of opposition in Polish political life. He was criticized, ruthlessly criticized and attacked by nationalist parties, by right-wing politicians in Poland. And it's important to realize that up to 1926, up to Kadetat, elections in Poland were won by right-wing political parties, rather nationalist political parties. Why it is important for our understanding, why Krastev used it and why it's useful for me today also. Because those who hated Narutowicz believed that he represented minority. And that is what happened in Poland and in Hungary in the process of transformation. Those politicians who won the elections and offered a liberal concept of democracy used that vision of politics. They said, you see, there are minorities who prevail in our democracies. The idea of liberal democracy, in fact, secure minorities, various minorities. It may be only elite that benefited from the process of transformation. They not only gained everything in the process of transformation, they not only use our own resources, whereas you, working class people, people of labor, are somehow put aside, are somehow disadvantaged. For that reason, the idea of liberal democracy is idea against the real national interest, against people. And I believe that this is something that we should realize when we think about the reasons why the idea of liberalism and the concept of liberal democracy that prevailed in the West for recent decades was rejected so strongly by important, significant groups of society. That's one of the very first reasons. Second, you see, when you look at the map of Europe today and before World War II, you can see unusual change. Before Second World War, it was the Eastern Europe that was multinational region, and Western Europe that was created by national states with smaller number of representatives of national minorities. After the Second World War, because of Hitler's and Stalin's policy, Eastern Europe became the region of very national states without representatives of national minorities, whereas Western Europe became multicultural and very, very multinational in at least some aspects. For that reason, those who in Poland and Hungary tried to secure political support for them might use that argument. You see, we need to secure our national identity. That's what have been mentioned here in the context of Putin's policy. Putin wanted and wants to protect Russians in face of NATO,
expansion in face of the West expansion, and so on and so on. That the same kind of narrative, the role of narrative was emphasized here several times, the same role, the same kind of narrative is used by the politicians in Central and Eastern Europe that try to convince constituents that only they can secure national identity. And it was especially visible, especially obvious in the context of, in the period of migration crisis several years ago. And as you can easily see, it is used also by politicians today. And the next reason why liberal democracy experiences such a difficult time in Poland, Hungary, and perhaps it will in other countries of Central, Eastern, and Eastern Europe. The problem of distribution of wealth, power, and prestige. Crucial things crucial aspects of securing social stability and social coherence. What those illiberal politicians did in recent years, they claimed that the model, the way of redistribution of wealth, power, and prestige was deviated in Central and Eastern Europe. And it's important to realize that they used the real and existing fears and emotions of the group that I would perhaps call or name the lower class of society. You see, there were a lot of texts in Poland written about why our Law and Justice Party was able to secure support in twice during the elections in 2015 and 19. There were a lot of texts about how Orban secures his political and social support. Many of those text analyses are just shallow because they don't. They try to focus on something like educating people. The main argument of those who try to explain the phenomenon of illiberal movements, the popularity of illiberal politicians in Central and Eastern European countries, try to explain that people need education. It's not like this, you see, because the research done by Polish scientists who focus on the social processes in Poland shows clearly that the constituents that voted for Law and Justice Party first in 2015 felt satisfied with what the party did. It's very rare, rather, in democracy, I believe, when almost 90% of constituents repeat their decision after several years because they are convinced that they did well and they received what they wanted from their politicians, you see. The research clearly shows that constituents declared that their access to wealth and power changed significantly in the years 2015-2019. So, you see, democracy, they achieved what they wanted. They were promised that they would get more power, more wealth, and more prestige. It's interesting that the research doesn't show that people, constituents, feel that their prestige was improved, but let's focus on wealth and on power. It's enough. It's enough to guarantee further successes. If we look at elections in Poland, we can see that the ability to fulfill political promises provoked many of, up to that moment, inactive constituents to go and vote. You see, that's another interesting and important phenomenon. You see, when I think about the prospect of illiberal democracy, of illiberal concept of democracy, support for illiberalism in Poland, I would like to focus also on political profile of Polish society that is successfully used by more conservative right-wing politicians. A Polish scholar and politician Paweł Kowal said once that everything in Poland is a little bit on the right. Even Polish progressives are on the right a bit. So, for understanding what's going on here, it's important to realize that Polish constituents, like Hungarian constituents, represent different political profile than those in the West. It's impossible to have in Poland such a right-wing patriarch like Tory in Great Britain because we do not have such constituents like Tories in the UK. Our right-wing parties are and probably remain in the foreseeable future a very popular, so to say, political movements and organizations. I believe I don't have too much time, so thank you very much. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Marcin Fatarski, for your presentation, focusing on Polish history and present day. And now I'd like to pass the floor to Professor Magda Ula, who's already standing here, and where the topic will be more focused on Europe and the future, which is one of the most nurturing questions right now. Where are we heading for, where Europe is going to be somehow present? And the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. Can you hear me? I don't know. Is it okay? Wonderful. When I was preparing this particular speech, when we were planning this event quite some time ago, it was very different circumstances. And I was thinking about a different paper, I guess, that I'll present, about the future of Europe, that will be contextualized in the end of the exercise called Conference of Future of Europe, one of the biggest known technologically supported exercises in citizens' experiment, in a way. The broad consultations bringing citizens to reflect on the future of the continent. And yet, 2 days ago, Daniel Ziblatt, whom you possibly know from a famous book, How Democracies Die, tweeted after the event in Berlin, in which both the President of the Federal Republic of Germany and President of Austria participated, and he said, "From Europe, the perspective is this: the future is now." And I think he refers to the fact that future of Europe and future of European democracy, as much as it was debated for, I think, 7 years now in a very ordered way, is actually decided in the battlefield of Kiev, Kharkiv, or Mariupol. This is our reality nowadays, and these people are, with their deeds, proving what European values mean and what is our European solidarity. Nevertheless, I will try to present how this debate was organized and maybe some silver lining. Maybe you'll see it, I think. So let's start. Debate on the future of Europe, as you know, in its current shape, well, before I'll start, one more comment, because we've heard a lot about the challenges and threat to democracy from my renowned predecessing speakers who were before me here, about the challenges that are coming from the changes in institutional balance within democratic systems. The challenges coming from hollowing the representative dimension of democracy, with changing nature of the intermediaries, the changing nature of the interaction between the citizens and between the institutions. The one thing that I guess was not maybe fully covered, and this is where these presentations also fit in, is another challenge. And that challenge is that in a contemporary world, particularly in the continent we are in, democracy is encapsulated within the broader processes, right? Our institutions that are designed for democratic performance originate from the nation state. We've heard several stories about it, right? But yet that democracy is scaled down to local. If you actually look at what happens in Poland nowadays, when this country is, as many others in the region, inviting or bringing or managing the unprecedented influx of refugees, what you see on the first place is the city, right? It's Warsaw, it's Kraków, it's Wrocław. These are the places, right, which are actually reacting, and they're reacting fast. Obviously, they cannot do it alone, and they will need to have a support, but they are the first responders, if you wish. But on the other hand, we have also European Union, and I'm very glad that, look, I already mentioned the Versailles Declaration, to which I'll return towards the end, because there is this democracy is also imprinted in the European format, bringing certain tensions, right? So what I would like to show you is a little bit of a story about how that debate about the future of European, and particularly about the future of democracy within Europe, was unfolding, and what can we essentially see coming out of it. The debate on the future of Europe in its current shape, and obviously this is, recurring story, right? This is not the first one, and I'm afraid not the last one, of the organized, big debates about the future of the continent or the integration in itself. But this one started, as we all know, as a result of trying to figure out the response to the sort of series of crises that European integration had to face, from the Eurozone crisis that was mentioned, through migration and Brexit, which also was referred to before today. So the 5 presidents' reports, and then 2017 White's paper is the EU's institution attempt to organize that debate. And in May 2021, the Conference on Future of Europe started as an exercise that was meant to bring this energy, involve citizens, and produce some of the outcomes. Obviously, as we all know, it was primarily pushed for by the French leadership, trying to somehow bring the ideals of the negotiated integration. But obviously, as I said before, the integration modes are quite different, and sort of that debate is structured essentially along two lines. The first one is deepening integration, so very often referred to as Macronism, following particularly in his recent disguise, following his famous Sorbonne speech, or sort of more protectionist view, protectionist in the sense of the national competences. And obviously scholars were looking at the different models that can produce that response in a way, right? So we have a traditional intergovernmental option that goes into securing member states, creating them as a masters of the treaties, and the integration itself, and the EU being just a sort of functional support to this. And the democracy is essentially embedded in a nation state, member state. Then we have a federal option that traditionally was towards deepening, towards producing some form of a supranational polity. And obviously various options here. And finally, the regional cosmopolitan model. That is sort of the one that maybe goes across some of the elements trying to bring both this multi-level organization of politics and democracy in our contemporary societies with this sort of more global outlook, more or less summarized with the fairly self-explaining phrase that Europe is not a geographical concept, it's a state of mind, right? So sort of that you can actually expand it beyond the borders and sort of utilize as an inspiration to build something bigger, but also very different in terms of the organization of power within it. And, you know, as it was proved, one of the key concepts that are allowing us to structure and understand how those models are functionally working is sovereignty, because the different actors are sort of using it as a sort of guiding device, if you wish, to tell us something about the possible modes of future reconstruction of the integration. But before I'll go, and those models are obviously there, and I'll return to them at the end, because what we've done, and I'm actually standing in front of some of the team members of the research group that is working on those issues here within a project, Differentiated Dominance and Democracy in the EU, called EU3D, is essentially trying to understand what are the narratives. If you actually go to the political actors in different settings, what they will tell you, and how this debate that we empirically captured since 2015 in 11 national parliaments and European Parliament, how this, that's our case studies, how this is translating into something that can we tell about the future in a way, right? So we, in this particular element, we try to understand how in a different parliamentary context, this constitutional narratives framed, and who actually promotes what, and what does it mean that they promote those different things. Our empirical data that I'll show you today is actually reaching only until 2019, but our research is continuing, and we hope to soon be able to present the full data set, which stops in 2022. So as you can, this is a comparative research, I shall mention. I think the authors and researchers in different cases got missed from that slide. I think that's my mistake. But it's important to mention that it's the research that is conducted by 13 scholars across the continent, and they hold different national debates along the uniform coding scheme that allows or tries to capture essentially who says what and what does it mean for future of Europe and future of European democracy. So as you can see here, we have sort of data showing who are the speakers. So this is essentially, this data set, just to tell you very briefly, this data set essentially tells us who, in terms of a political denomination, is essentially talking about the future of Europe. Right? The future of Europe is, for us, the statements by politicians in a plenary debates that refers to the institutional and policy setup of the European integration. As you can see here, the obvious observation is that the political denomination of different actors actually determines whether they're interested or not in the future of Europe debate. But what is also interesting that the location of those actors on the pro and anti-EU scale determines their position or differentiates the involvement in the debate. What is interesting is you can see here on the bottom 4 countries from Central and Eastern Europe, the Visegrad 4, Poland, Hungary, Czechia, and Slovakia, and that to some extent can show what Martin was telling earlier. As you can see, the conservative actors are primarily more active in those debates. However, if you actually take the entire case, as you also can see, we have one case study that is out of the EU. It's Norway, not the UK, unfortunately, because that would be also very interesting. But overall, you can see that what is interesting is that the future of Europe debate actually is engaging very much the actors on the right-wing angle who are primarily contesting most of the elements. Obviously, the proponents, the strong proponents of EU integration are also active, so overall it balances, but it is something that is quite interesting if you look at the data in terms of who speaks. We also looked at what do they mention, and one of the key observations from the Future of Europe debate is that actually most of the political actors are not so much interested in a particular democratic setup, whether that's the protection of the national institutions or whether that is the sort of building the supranational structures or reforming European Parliament, or I don't know, proposing institutionalization on the Spitzenkandidaten system, right? For most of the political actors in national parliaments, the key issue is the policy dimensions that is close to their constituency. So we see that both in the national parliaments, but we also see that in the Conference on the Future of Europe, that the reform of Future of Europe is actually primarily perceived. It's filtered through specific policies that's supposed to produce a specific outcomes, right? They still have the element about the future of democracy. You can actually very clearly see what they propose, but that's filtered through the policies. As you can see here, what is interesting, this is the debates on future of Europe. We also called the different sets of debates about the migration crisis and the Eurozone, but this is essentially the debates that are understood as a general debate in the national parliaments on the future of Europe. And here you can see quite interesting thing, that migration and asylum areas are actually one of the most often brought when the future of Europe appears. Obviously, this is mostly because the starting point is 2015, so the early debates were very much sort of contextualized in this debate of a migration. But the second is enlargement, neighborhood policy, including towards Eastern European neighbors, and Brexit. And the third one is defense and security. Right? So as you can see for the political actors, the way EU engages with its external adversaries and partners is very important for its future, and it was already visible years before. I'm assuming that our data set that is still going to cover the current crisis in the war in Ukraine will even signify it, or sort of strengthen that trend. When it comes to the overall polity dimension, so basically the discussion, what kind of institutional reforms? It's only about a quarter of statements that refer to specific reforms that include, I don't know, the change of the parliamentary competences between the national parliaments and the European Parliament or something else, right? What is interesting is that we also were primarily interested in the differentiated integration. sort of the idea that appears already in 15 and 17, which is, okay, can we go all the same speed, or do we need to implement the mechanism for those who want more, that they can do more together, right? So the vehicles for producing differentiation. And as you can see, differentiation overall in our analyzed material is not a dominant theme, but it is appearing as a key topic. And it is debated by actors from all families. What is interesting, and again, it's about a quarter of all statements that refer to some form of a territorial differentiation. What is interesting is that here you can clearly see a different patterns. It's also confirmed by different research on differentiated integration conducted on different data sets of political actors, party leaders, and I think even sort of overall the political elites, showing that Central and Eastern Europeans are particularly careful about any forms of differentiated integration. So perceived as the core club, particularly Eurozone, getting closer and leaving those that are not there in a more peripheralized, hence less secure position. That brings me to the final comments about the models, right? We started with the intergovernmental, federal and cosmopolitan, regional cosmopolitan. And again, some here in this room may remember that we were researching them already in 2007. And one of the interesting stories, if you take the longer perspective, is that the three intergovernmental, federal or federalized, and regional cosmopolitan were having a fairly equal distribution in attention, I'd say, right? Back then, 15 years ago and plus. What is now interesting in our data set is that the two first, intergovernmental and federal, dominated the overall debates in within the nations, member states of the EU, while the regional cosmopolitan narratives were very limited. And this is something that actually was quite surprising for us, that this one got pushed out, if you wish, from the dominant discourse, obviously by the increase of the attention in the governmental narratives. I'll come back to this in a very last moment. So what is interesting to us is that when we looked at the intergovernmental model, what we found out is at least 3 different shades. The two, Republican intergovernmentalism after Richard Bellamy and intergovernmentalism in a more sort of typical way, both are claiming that democracy needs to be encapsulated in member states. The proponents say, you know, the EU can function, but it can just support, right? That nuances that I don't have time, maybe in a Q&A session we can go deeper into it. What is interesting is the sovereignism. It is a new buzzword, right? We can hear it from here, there. Would that be Vox, Marine Le Pen, Salvini in Przemyśl, or Viktor Orban, or Jarosław Kaczyński. All of them are sort of either using themselves or are labeled as sovereignists. And this is an interesting phenomenon in a way, because they take the intergovernmentalist European integration model and they transform it to the place when you cannot even recognize it. Because it actually, for them, these are mostly actors that actually were Euro rejects some time ago. And then a Brexit happens as a vaccine. You almost cannot convince your constituencies that you want to leave, because then you know what happened, right? Those who were fairly strong, economically, you know, viable, and yet they suffered. So maybe it's not an option for us. But then what is your option if you are having that view? You want to stay within the EU, but you don't like it very much. So what you do? You essentially build a narrative that is almost internally impossible to connect, right? Because the sovereignists are saying only nation state and only integration when I want, right? Which means essentially, and obviously rejecting the, you know, supremacy of EU law and so on and so forth. But what is also quite interesting is that in the federal narratives, you have also this difference, right? So you have at least two shades of that discussions. The multi-headed federal type is essentially the idea, okay, let's push the federalized model to the place where it functions. Let's push democratic solutions to the EU. Let's anchor them better in a supranational place. Let's pool sovereignty. Let's propose European sovereignty. But there is another option there. And that another option is this is only for those which are in the economic union. So the second shade, the coupled federal union, as we called it, it's still tentative. I don't know if it will catch up with the audiences. So you're here, one of the first to see if that will catch up, is the federal solutions can work, but for those who are in the Eurozone. The rest needs to somehow build a slightly different institutional model, right? Because you need to have a certain competences captured or pooled to build that model. And the last comment I promise to the timekeeper and to all of you is the silver lining. What we saw in this is rather lack of popularity of the original cosmopolitan narrative until February 2022. I don't have any evidence. It's just my gut feeling that a lot of what we observe, this reflex of cooperation, this reflex of solidarity towards Ukraine, but also towards ourselves, and this return of the story that European integration is othering to your own past, in a way, is something that brings that idea of this Europe as a cosmopolitan project in a way that it's not necessarily encapsulated in a fortress Europe. And I think it was you who said that this is your fear towards the Versailles Declaration, that there is too much of this Europe first. Yes, in that declaration there is, but I hope that at least many of eyes got opened, that Europe is not a geographical concept, it is a state of mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Magda, Professor Gura, for this extremely interesting, based on the research done, and stimulating reflections. For decades it was assumed that democracy is a sort of national property of members of the EU, and there is a constant democracy deficit. And it seems that something was born on the EU level, and it looks really promising, unless the nation states won't corrupt it or won't finish it because of the, let's say, selfish national interest. Thank you once more. And now, last but not least, the floor goes to Professor Gary Robson with intriguing the title of the presentation, Technocracy Rebooted. Will democracy survive surveillance capitalism and social physics? Gary, floor is yours.
Thank you, Artur. So I am not a political scientist. I am a sociologist with, in my track record, some diverse interests. But about 12 to 15 years ago, I became very interested in the question of surveillance. Coming from London, that was then the surveillance capital of the world in terms of the public sphere. In terms of CCTV cameras and such like. That kind of piqued my interest. At the same time, I began to be very increasingly interested in what the likely, or what may be, or the longer-term political, social, cultural consequences of the rise of social media, which about 12, 15 years ago weren't so clear, but I would suggest are much clearer now. And in thinking about those two things for quite a period of time, I developed an interest in technocracy. Technocracy, not in the sense that a lot of political scientists were writing about it in the 80s and the 90s to do with the kind of managerial state and all of that, but rather the kind of technocracy which is about using technology to create maximal forms of social control and which has quite an interesting kind of pedigree and track record, which I will just sort of mention now. So if I could find my, here it is. Okay, here are the faceless drones in the kind of techno-structural corporation of dystopian imagination, or just the latest iteration of corporate iconography itself. You can take your pick on those, but here is my motto for the day. My motto for the day comes from a guy called Patrick Wood, who was an engineer and became a scholar. And what he observed while he was an actual hands-on real-world engineer was that every engineer knows that you cannot control what you cannot monitor and measure. And he transfers this insight into his analysis of the kind of strain in 20th century Western culture, which moves in this direction, which I will try and elaborate on now. I'm going to talk about these things, time permitting. I want to say a few things about the relationship between democracy and plutocracy, especially in the American context, and especially in the context of events that were happening about 100 years ago, with the rise of the robber barons and the setting up of their tax-exempt foundations. That begs the question of whether we are heading towards some version of a corporatocracy as an intensified, globalized version of the plutocracy. So I have a few comments on that. I will say a few things about the background to technocracy, which kind of bring, from the 20th century, which bring us forward into where we are now. I have a little focus on the question of the more recent theoretical constructs in sociology and behavioral economics on surveillance capitalism and social physics. Social physics really being a fancy word for neuro-nudge, hyper-effective neuro-nudging, which has consequences in the context of things like the Cambridge Analytica style saga, with which I'm sure we're all familiar, in the context of electoral politics. And we'll just finish with some examples. It's a kind of a picture show of my contention is that at the global scale, but this is a particular interest, in my interest in the kind of Western democracies, we are moving towards some kind of largely private sector driven techno-structure or techno-system which is concerned with the, first of all, with the surveillance of population, but also increasingly will be trending in a way which is inimical to democracy, in my view, towards more top-down direct management of populations in the Western societies. I will just start with this. This was, I thought, an interesting paper from a study from 2014 out of Princeton, if I remember correctly. I remember this created quite a stir in some circles anyway when it was published, and it kind of told us something which I think we might already have known. Certainly, I think the man and woman in the American street might already have started to feel it as a kind of, some years before the Trump train started to roll. And they were testing with a very large-scale multivariate kind of statistical study for the first time the kind of efficacy of the actual real-world efficacy of four of the main, or what they said was the four main theories of democracy in the United States. These are majoritarian democracy, which is to say the policies adopted by governments reflect the wishes of the majority of the population. Majoritarian pluralism, interest groups, including those representing the interests and preferences of the non-wealthy, get what they want. These are my words, my summaries. Get what they want. Economic elite domination, the rich get what they want. And biased pluralism, the groups that represent the interest of the rich get what they want. And perhaps without many surprises here, they find that clearly the median citizen or median voter at the heart of theories of a majoritarian electoral democracy does not do well when put up against economic elites and organised interest groups. The chief predictions of pure theories of majoritarian electoral democracy can be decisively rejected. Not only do ordinary citizens not have uniquely substantial power over policy decisions, they have little or no independent influence on policy at all. So this, I think, was a kind of interesting finding at its time that created quite a lot of debate, but would not have surprised some much older thinkers on the relationship between economic power, monopolization, and what the man or woman in the street thinks of as representative democracy. There's Franklin Delaware Roosevelt saying that in writing that in 1933. The prior President Roosevelt, Theodore, I'm not sure we can mention him. I think he's been cancelled, has he? Well, I'll risk it. Well, of course, ran on very populist anti-monopoly, at least for his kind of ticket, on a populist antitrust, anti-monopoly platform. So this is an old problem. It's a problem that goes back, possibly to the origins of the Republic, since the Americans were fighting a monopoly. But further still, so first thing I want to note is that this tension between a tendency towards monopolization and kind of trust building and a kind of more populist, in a more original sense of a populist kind of anti-monopoly, antitrust sentiment and politics is a well-established thing. It seems very clear. Thomas Jefferson certainly also seems to have thought so. I think there's a kind of a quote that sort of floats around, but I think as the Monticello's website, which keeps his letters, says that in this letter he said he sincerely believes that banking establishments are more dangerous than standing armies for the health of the Republic. So an interesting, so my basic platform contention here is that we are possibly in the middle now of the greatest concentration of wealth and therefore perhaps political economic power that we've seen certainly since 100 years ago, when the robber barons and their foundations were extremely powerful, and or perhaps ever. A very interesting book I've come across recently by Barry C. Lynn makes these claims. He argues, and there's a kind of a great many such books and articles have been written in the last few years trying to probe out, deal with this argued fact. So he argues, as many others do, that never have Americans, I'm going to branch out towards a more global perspective in a little while, seen so much control in so few hands over themselves. He argues that the threat and actuality of great monopoly power concentrating in the American system has more or less always been there, but there was a time, or for actually over an extended period of time, that the American system developed instruments and processes whereby that kind of monopolization should be contested, and that's a characteristic actually of American history. This kind of struggle between the two things. In a more recent kind of context, he makes the point that although the Reagan and the Reagan-Thatcher kind of axis get the credit for launching the neoliberal revolution, that actually in some respects the Clinton administration was equally dramatic, particularly in two spheres. One was with the 1996 Telecommunications Act, which he argues set the framework it set the framework for what later became this extraordinary concentration of ownership of media industries, which we now see, and which is probably potentially a driver of technocracy, and the very hands-off approach he and Al Gore decided to take to what was then just the kind of emerging internet. So if it is the case that this concentration of ownership and unfettered development of, unregulated development of an internet in its, for much of its history, have both played their roles in this concentrating of economic wealth and political persuasive power, then we might go back to that. So 100 years ago, or more or less, what have you got? You've got John D. Rockefeller, the first American billionaire, then Henry Ford. You've got a couple of things happening. You've got these people making so much money and having their fingers in so many pies, and somebody like J.P. Morgan being such a king of the merging of the steel, horizontal integration, whether it's with Standard Oil, in Rockefeller's case, the big fish just keeps eating the little ones until Standard Oil dominates everything. and the interests in which J.P. Morgan had dominate the steel industry. So this was, in the view of many, of course, represents a very intense challenge to liberal democratic governmental politics. And some interesting things happen as a consequence of this. So much money did John D. Rockefeller have that he was kind of advised to put the idea of philanthropy onto the stage so that he could disburse these almost unimaginable sums of money across the society for the betterment of everybody. And this is one of my key questions. There are a number of positions you can take on this. Was the Rockefeller Foundation and its ilk, all of the stuff that Andrew Carnegie, who gave away all his money, as far as I could tell, what does that mean? Is that a genuine sort of democratic desire to make a contribution to the betterment of with the expenditure of their money? Or are there other things involved, like simply the defence of their economic interest and furtherance thereof? And was philanthropy actually a way of extending their influence and better protecting their interests in a way which was more cynical? It's worth reflecting on the fact, I think, that the Bill Gates, for example, who is the most famous contemporary equivalent of this, very much uses the Rockefeller playbook to contribute to the world. So there's a question of what kind of position you take on that. At a more, Rockefeller sets up his foundation in 1913. This is part of his what's called the Science of Man program, and it is nothing less than a non-governmental, system-wide approach to producing the kinds of disciplines and scholarships with institutional platforms that were there to kind of shape the future, to not just shape opinion, but to shape the direction in which various kinds of research would go. Here's an example. A guy called Beardsley Rummel, who's been much forgotten, but a very interesting character. At one point, he's sitting on the board of the Federal Reserve. Another point, he's overhauling the tax system. But at another point, he's doing this. He's doing those things. It seems that the Rockefeller Foundation disbursed $50 million in the early 20s internationally. That's a lot of money. That's $50 million then. Into the establishment of what became known as social science itself. If you look at older representations of who Beardsley Rummel was, he got called the father of American social science. But he wasn't a social scientist. He was a kind of a doer, an organizer, the kind of guy who got things done, and he kind of gets that name by setting up the system of institutional and network kind of frameworks, which then develop social science. And you can take this across the board. They set up molecular biology. Rockefeller paid for the General Education Board to be set up in 1902 or 3. That's not federal money, that's Rockefeller money. So there's the question of what these foundations, not only back in that time, but as they kind of evolve over time and go global, effect they are able to have on shaping societies and what kind of relationship they have to democratic politics. One more subtle one, I mean, this book by Tim Wu claims, when he's trying to characterize this group, that they are characterized by these things. They are radically elitist, they are social Darwinists, and they're they're eugenicists as well. And this is not to say that contemporary Rockefeller and that kind of whole platform has these things, but he very much characterizes them as an elite who are determined to shape the world, to shape American society in the direction they think it should be going. A bit more subtly than that, a book by Lily Kay called The Molecular Vision of Life says that what this Science of Man program was about was developing human sciences as a comprehensive, explanatory and applied framework of social control. That is to say, frame reality, research-based. They very much favoured in the social sciences objectivist, quantitative, functionalist kind of sociology, for example. She argues that this is a technocratic discourse of human engineering, aiming towards an endpoint of restructuring human relations in congruence with the social framework of industrial capitalism. Now, could it be that 100 years on, now that the framework of industrial capitalism has all but collapsed and we move on to the fourth industrial revolution, that something similar is also happening? That the people like, I'll stick with the Rockefellers because it's kind of shorthand for all of the others, don't work in 4 or 2 year electoral cycles. This is a kind of unrolling project of society shaping which has been in progress for a bit over 100 years. And is it possible that that is one of the kinds of things that is driving technocracy? I mean, what is the fourth industrial revolution? It's what the World Economic Forum and the Rockefeller Foundation sort of say it is, as far as I can see. And so I would put those things in that context. And I would think about the similarities and differences between the sort of would-be plutocrats or actual plutocrats of then and now. The Rockefellers still going very strong. If you read their documents about the fourth industrial revolution, the transhuman, the world we are moving into now in the Great Reset, or as we build back better. And if you read the Rockefeller documents, they are more or less identical in terms of their scope and their content, actually, to the kind of stuff that the World Economic Forum has been putting out. And is observable that the Klaus Schwab and the World Economic Forum are become much more visible in the last few months. I'm sure we're kind of all familiar with them now. So, how do these people work? How do these people fit inside this superclass? If you think there is one. 14 years ago, if that's 14? Yeah, 14 years ago, David Rothkopf, in his very widely discussed study, argued these things. That there was a superclass of 6,000 individuals. They were kind of a mix of public and private sector people, with the private sector making the running and being most dynamic in this group. That there were revolving doors and interlocked management boards across the board. He argued then that no national or transnational institutions were capable of constraining this superclass if it was theirs activities, and that this implied, he thought then, the diminishment of the global political influence of power of nation states. But that was then. Between then and now, something else happened, and the thing that happened was this, you might suggest. Big oil, big electric, big gas in 2006 were at the top of these largest company lists. By the time you get to 2016, it's Apple, Alphabet, which owns Google and the rest, Microsoft, and a bit further down you've got Amazon and Facebook. So there's a kind of a decisive shift in the kinds of corporations and the kinds of things those corporations do around that time, between those years, in that decade. And what seems to me to be worth thinking about is what effect that has had on the kind of shape the Western democratic societies begin to take. An updated version of Rothkopf is this book from 2018. Rothkopf talks about a 6,000-person superclass. This book talks about a 300-person inner core, and it focuses on things like the meteoric rise and wealth expansion of the hedge funds, of the asset managing companies. Many accounts talk about Google, Alphabet, Microsoft, and all of that. But I notice a lot of them leave this. We should just try and imagine how much the scale of the assets these companies deal with now. BlackRock has recently, a couple of weeks ago, got past, I think, $10 trillion under management as assets. Their platform is interesting. The Aladdin platform, which we don't hear much about unless you're interested in these things, is a kind of tech platform, an online platform which does this. Apple, Microsoft, the big tech companies have been enabled in their growth by this kind of extremely powerful economic information sharing platform to which they subscribe. And I think if you wanted to look at the role technology has played in this super condensing of wealth, you might look kind of beyond the obvious places to look at the platform through which these big entities have continued to get richer. BlackRock is starting to come in for a lot of attention in this context. Okay. Good government groups have documented 1,800 examples of revolving door activity by the company in which a government official joined BlackRock's roster or vice versa. Interesting case study in the European context. Friedrich Merz, who just took over from Angela Merkel as head of the CDU, was a BlackRock guy in his kind of private life. Background to technocracy, it looks like we do not have time for. But there was a plan to build in the 1930s, in response to the Depression, there was an idea for building a resource-based economy without cash, without money as the currency. But they didn't have the technology for it because they would have needed to provide specific registration of the consumption of each individual, plus a record and description. So this is 80 or so years before smartphones. What some people who study this are suggesting is that now, 80 years on, the technology is in place to produce a system based on full spectrum surveillance, so I'm just going to finish now, Arthur, by kind of getting to where are some examples where I think things may be headed in this context of an increasingly surveyed global platform for the management of people. So I'm looking for some pointers of where this might go. So we've already got the Internet of Things around the corner, 5G and 6G coming quite soon after it, apparently. So your home, apart from anything else, becomes a kind of information streaming platform complete with conductive paint, sensor impregnated data. So there's that. We know about that. The Internet of Bodies is, of course, going to go with that. So now we speak, do we not, of the Internet of Bodies, things and bodies, where that happens. Largely on the basis of everybody's either readiness or kind of being forced into carrying a smartphone everywhere they go. This is going to get very sophisticated. Elon Musk has 2,000 functioning satellites up in the lower atmosphere. Jeff Bezos is preparing to fund another 3,000 being put up. So we can expect quite soon to have a kind of global scale system of real-time information about more or less everything you do. So technocracy we should think of, I would say, as a system. What could some of the practical elements of this system be? One would be, I think, digital identity. ID 2020, a public-private thing with a larger input from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and the Rockefeller Foundation. It talks about blockchain biometric digital identity, which will kind of be on your phone. We may have got a glimpse of what that looks like during the pandemic with the use of the phone it didn't work very well, and certainly wasn't a uniform kind of thing, but there's some glimpse of what the future might hold there. Another thing I would mention is central bank digital currencies, which are much talked about now. 3 years ago, this was a conspiracy theory. Now, G7 have more or less accepted it in principle. The Bank of England is suggesting that it should be made programmable, which is to say, programmable. The International Monetary Fund is on board. The Bank of International Settlements is on board. And its head, Augustin Carstens, in a speech in 2020, said, "We don't know who's using a $100 bill today, and we don't know who's using a 1,000 peso bill today. The key difference with the central bank digital currency is that the bank will have absolute control on the rules and regulations that will determine the use of that expression of central bank liability, and that they will have the technology to enforce the way in which that expression of central bank liability is made." So these would be things to be looking for, I think. I think they come out of the realm of conspiracy theory and into the settled consideration of some of the most powerful groups in the world where the global economy is concerned. And I would also mention this. When a poster boy of progressive liberal democracy goes China, in a sense, freezing people's assets, working with GoFundMe to freeze and redirect people's money for a time. I think this has put something on the table that we should be concerned about. In the context of whether or not a Chinese-style social credit system is slowly but surely being rolled out in the West, or whether the societies are resilient and democratically resilient enough to somehow resist this. We've got that on the horizon apparently as well. That's a universal basic income with the central bank controlling your money and how it is spent. So to finish, sorry Artur, I contend that we should be thinking about these things. That on current trends, two things look to me like they may be evolving. One would be a corporatocracy as an economic and political power structure, and the other would be as a technocracy as a top-down system for the management of populations, which wouldn't have to involve ogre tyrannical heads of state, but which would be a technological system. You go to the bank, the person in there says, no, you can't have your money. Why can't I have my money? The system says so. So I would see if democracy a healthy democratic polity or culture would, I think, benefit from being aware of these things and their potential for putting democracy in the shade. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gary, for this futuristic depiction of the things to come in terms of blockchain economy, algorithmic democracy. Okay, thank you all panelists for your very interesting presentations and interventions. And now we have time for question and answers, because the audience is invited to ask the questions, and the panelists are kindly asked to answer the questions. So please raise your hands, briefly introduce yourself, and try to address your questions to specific panelists. I see Professor Małgorzata there.
Thank you very much. My name is Małgorzata Zachara-Szymańska. I'm from Institute of American Studies and the Polish Diaspora. And I don't have a question really, but I've got a comment. But first of all, I'd like to thank you, because it was a great time for me listening to all of you. A number of my favorite people at one table. So thank you again. And I think Magda's presence was especially valuable, because it brought a little bit of gender balance you needed in this panel. And I also would like to thank Professor Cocker, because I remember your first lecture at the Institute of American Studies a couple of years ago, so thank you for returning here and bringing your colleagues with you, and also ideas for cooperation, so we really appreciate this. After hearing your remarks, which I found, yeah, they were really enlightening, especially that you covered so broad range of areas, I got the impression that everything you've been talking about can be found here. I mean, Poland or Central Europe, because certainly, maybe except of this for this great philanthropy projects, we don't have them yet here. You wouldn't find them, but certainly what we've got is a crisis of democracy. So we can easily compare our situation today to South Africa, of course not directly, but to some extent, because we've been a favorite child of a, spread of democracy and people that were enthusiastic about this new future. And today we are finding ourselves in a position of democracy on life support as well. And certainly what's going on here in terms of narratives, in terms of discourses, will take part in how the future of Europe will be shaped. So we typical to some extent. So everything was going. So all this grand processes going on in the global space are to a certain degree reflected here, but also we unique. So my impression would be that that was a good decision to start this cooperation. That you need us because we typical and we unique at the same time. So your big picture wouldn't be complete without Poland and Central Europe. So thank you.
Good, thank you very much. I suggest to collect more questions or comments and then to return to the panelists. Yeah, over there.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I'll be brave enough to take off my mask. This is my colleague from the institute, so I believe we're safe. I'm Dominika Dziewicz from the Institute of Political Science and International Relations, and thank you for really excellent speeches and lectures. But I would like to divert my question to Professor Robson, because your vision of democracy was kind of catastrophic. When we think about social credit systems, so do you mean that our future for Europe, for the United States, I don't know, is a kind of like Chinese social credit system?
I don't know.
But developed by private companies?
I believe that is a possibility. I believe that some of the long-term effects of said companies, it looks to me like this stuff has just been growing around us for years without us noticing. But given their way, since there is profit to be maximised and relatively weak democratic resistance to what they are doing, it would follow a certain kind of logic to me that the system could move in that kind of direction in the absence of some kind of upswell of democratic resistance to it, or knowledge base being built around it. So for me, if central bank digital currencies do come, and all the big players are talking about them, it's a very complex question to get that done, but if they do come, I think a number of things could happen, but one of the things that could happen, given the track record of some of the kind of these interests, would be that they would be more concerned about things other than the kind of democratic processes in the maximisation of their interests. So that you would, is this making sense? Yeah, I wouldn't trust the benign, well-meaning, democratically empowering rhetoric that a lot of these entities employ. I think there might be other things going on, and well, who wants a digital bank? A programmable, which means the issuing central bank will make decisions about what the money can be spent on. The Bank of England says that. It's not a conspiracy theory anymore. That doesn't look like a very healthy development to me. So I don't know. I think there are things in motion that might trend towards a possible more Chinese social credit outcome, but I don't suppose it's inevitable. But I think they are possibilities as dynamics.
And one more thing came to my mind when I was listening to your lecture, maybe it's right, but I think that private companies, IT companies like Google, like Facebook, are fighting more effectively with Putin now. Closing some parts of internet, of cyberspace, of
Yes, I wouldn't dispute that. But on the other hand, I mean, what I had too much on my plate today. I wanted to talk about surveillance capitalism and the way in which these companies accrue their power, not just their money, from from surveillance, from the monetization of our attention, from all kinds of things which I think are very questionable, especially where young people are concerned, who are spending their lives on smartphones in their formative years. All kinds of, I think, nefarious exploitation going on there, which are not only anti-democratic, but are feeding into a situation where in the United States, the teenage suicide rate doubled between 2007 and 2016, or 17. That wasn't social media's fault, but I think something has grown around us in the techno structure, which is kind of inimical to not only healthy personhood amongst a lot of young people. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so facile as to say it's Google's fault that people are killing themselves, but something is wrong in the kind of state of the health of some of these Western societies, and I think that the rolling on of this technocratic enterprise has something to do with it.
Thank you, Professor.
Okay, and follow up, Dominica, or?
No, I have to say that in 50% I agree with Professor.
Okay.
That's very well, but this is my topic, cybersecurity. So yes, I think about it all day and night. How to fight Putin, for example, using new technologies. It's not so easy, but what I do is now, for example, I read about Anonymous now, what they do with propaganda, with Putin's propaganda, because they fight it a couple of days ago, I think, some Russian institution for propaganda and information on social media. So they do a lot, and it's very sad to see that private companies, private IT companies, or Elon Musk, for example, is doing much more than we do, nations, than countries can do. And for me, it's still very sad. So.
I would say one thing about Elon Musk.
Yeah.
His settled foundational belief is that we must all be fitted with a neural net woven into our brains at some point in the future to cope with a potential AI takeover. So if we're setting Elon Musk up as some kind of a freedom hero, I question that, because you must have a neural. We must become cyborgs. Is his settled position? He's had it for years, which could be true. I don't know, but that's his position. That's why he's got 2,000 satellites up in the atmosphere.
Okay. Any other question here? I think that would be the last one. Well, yeah.
Hello, I'm Julian in the European Politics and Society Master Program. Thank you all for the fascinating presentations. I have a question as well for Professor Robson. And regarding these trends that you've outlined around like corporatocracy and technocracy, and my question is...
Excuse me, could you speak up a bit?
Okay, sorry. Yeah. So my question is for Professor Robson, and it's around like these trends that you outline around corporatocracy and technocracy. And my question is whether, so you've outlined how these are stabilizing for democracies and so on, and I'm curious if one of the potential sort of responses to it is a form of like authoritarian, like populism / or authoritarian nationalism, sort of, and a revival of that or so. And I'm thinking in particular of China, Xi Jinping's China, because where you do have you did have this trend of corporatocracy as well, of like concentration in economic and political powers, especially in the Chinese tech companies, where they also had like monopolies. But you see, like, especially over the past year and so on, like, there's been some like interesting sort of developments where, like, under Xi Jinping and also like his chief ideologue, Wang Hongling, this sort of kind of Chinese-style populism of cracking down on like economic like inequality on the tech companies, and sort of almost sort of like trying to reclaim power for the nation state, sort of. So, and I'm wondering if that's one response, and then if maybe like the American version of that being like Trump and his like drain the swamp kind of thing. So yeah, just those are my questions. Thank you.
Well, I think there we have the last question. Abdul.
Hello, my name is Sevinch, and I'm from the ISET department, International Security and Development Department at Jagiellonian University. Above all, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to you for your time, particularly at this time. You know, I think you shed light in the dark times, so it really means a lot. And it's a huge inspiration for me in person, but I believe for others as well. So, coming to my question, rather than, you know, questioning democracy itself or the threats and challenges towards democracy, or questioning whether democracy is a right or, is a right system at all. I mean, I do not question all of this because I think these are more philosophical questions and need more scientific data behind. But as a question, what triggers me is more theoretical approach. In particular, you talked about the impacts of democracy in the modern world, all of these elements. But what is my interest is about not the democracy itself, as I said, but more like an implementation of democracy. So I see the problem not in the context of democracy itself within this philosophical question, but rather more like an implementation of democracy. And when I look at this picture from this perspective, I see that in terms of democracy, as Dr. Cocker and Robson mentioned, there are lots of issues with democracy vis-a-vis opportunities, and opportunities which are scientific and knowledge and freedom of expression, which are good, but sometimes we see the challenges of it when they are not matched with a human element. And it brings me to the idea of current discussions in IR in terms of ontological security, that the IR scholars, including yourself, I'm sure, that start discussing whether it's more important for people to have physical security or ontological security, or the security of the self, the so-called existential identity. And my concern is that although democracy, catch up with modernization and economic well-being, to what extent in the implementation of democracy, this important element which the populist demagogues use very effectively, the role of emotions in humans, is considered. Because as one of the author mentioned, we are not just social animals, but we are spiritual beings having the human experience. And I see this context very true because yes, that people fight, but they do not fight, for example, climate change, but they fight mostly because of the other values, you know. And this brings me the idea that there are certain preferences, there are certain values as spiritual people inherent, but do they waste it in a right way, or do they waste it in a way that brings more conflicts to the world? So my question to sum up all of this was just a picture which is in my mind, and I would like to share it with you, that to what extent democracy in terms of implementation of it, because we see the positive sides, and since there is no better alternative, but in terms of implementation, maybe what we can approach, to what extent we can actually bring this human element, or the narratives, so you can call it, or the ideas that can democracy, catch up with vis-a-vis hand by hand its scientific or other materialistic elements. So this was my question. Thank you so much again for your amazing presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. So now it's time to wrap up the conference and to answer some of the questions and just to share your overall, say, impressions or some thoughts concerning democracy, but based on questions which were asked by the audience. And just starting with the Professor Coker and next speakers.
Thank you very much. Well, let me just respond to three of these points. The very first point that was raised about surveillance capitalism. It does make you very depressed about the future of democracy if you read a magazine called Surveillance Studies, which I do from time to time. I mean, one of the main writers on surveillance capitalism or the surveillance state is, I think his name is David Lyons, and there's a very interesting interview he conducted with Zygmunt Bauman in the last years of Bauman's life, so you might want to have a look at that, and you'll go away thoroughly depressed after reading what they both have to say. But we're already here, aren't we, in the sense we're policing in our societies. So insurance companies a long time ago wanted to go for prevention of crime rather than punishment, because it's better for them, it's cheaper. And so that's why we had the CCTV cameras coming into our societies. You've got the algorithms that now determine prison sentences. So judges will turn in the United States to an algorithm to decide how long you should send someone to prison. And the algorithmic bias, of course, is that they do number crunching. And because there are more African Americans in prisons in the United States than any other group, more African Americans tend to get longer prison sentences. So that's where technology is encouraging us to be biased, and should I say neutral way, in quotes, because it's based largely on measurements. But I think much more damaging, or equally damaging I should say, is that at the centre of democratic policing was the idea of probable cause. So the police couldn't stop you or interrogate you unless they had probable cause that they thought you were about to engage in a crime. If you go to Chicago now, the Chicago Police Department now has, I think it's called a hot list. There's 450 people who are told they're going to be under surveillance for the rest of their life because the computer program has determined they are the most likely people to commit a crime. This is based partly on the profile of their parents who have been in and out of prison or have been for drug-related instances. That, I think, is something that is extremely important in democracies. The probable cause is already being eroded all the time, partly for safety reasons and partly for commercial reasons as well. One could say more about that. On the question of Wang Huning, since you mentioned him, he is indeed the ideologue and, of course, thoroughly anti-American with his famous 1991 book, warning against plutocracy and warning against the concentration of capital. And it's often said now that if you're a billionaire in China, you're permanently at risk because you're going to be monitored to see whether you're inside or not. If you're a billionaire in Putin's Russia, you can find yourself basically in a gulag, like Khodorkovsky. So it's the safest place to be if you're a billionaire in Russia is out of the country. If you're a billionaire in the United States, you are completely beyond the reach of the law. Partly because of a legal system that enables you to play the legal system very well if you've got smart lawyers for 20 years or more, keeping out of prison. But partly because the United States is now a plutocracy. for many of the reasons we've just heard. And as for emotional regimes that you were raising, very interesting questions. Of course, historians are very much into looking at the emotional regimes of the past. Why did no one in early 18th century portraits smile? And why were they all smiling at the end of the 18th century? Well, one explanation is the European Enlightenment and their great sense of optimism about the future. The other is that they didn't smile because they didn't want to show how bad their teeth actually were. I don't think teeth were better at the end of the 18th century than at the beginning. But the two, I think, emotional states that we now have in our democracies are anger and anxiety. And anxiety, it goes back a long way. It was Freud in Totem and Taboo who said that the three emotional states historically were fright. People were frightened of events because anything could happen to them within 24 hours. Then they became fearful, but that meant that they knew the causes of events. They knew the causes of cholera, for example, so there was sanitation, and you could be less fearful, or they knew about economic recessions and depressions, so you had a little bit of reassurance there. And then you had anxiety, which was either the Angst für die Angst, as the Germans say, which is anxiety for its own sake, you don't know why you're anxious, or very real anxiety that our societies have. And I think the younger generation of students I used to teach have every right to be far more anxious about the future than my generation was when we were at university. Our only real anxiety was about nuclear warfare. We didn't stay awake at night thinking about it. Very few people went onto the streets to protest about it either. We just lived in this state. It wasn't a state of permanent anxiety, I can tell you that. Very few people were really anxious. They just accepted it as a reality of the world. And perhaps we were right to accept it because perhaps we were safer in the Cold War than we are today, where we're very near the possibility of a nuclear war. And anger is the other fact. And anger, I think, is a feature of anxiety. That if you're anxious and you feel that there's nothing to be done about it, you're very angry indeed about the people who put you in this state, or where perhaps your politicians are taking you.
Okay, thank you.
I just accidentally turned it off. Yes, okay. I'll speak to to the democracy and life support and just reflect across the table here and the comments that colleagues have made. That it strikes me that social inequality is a kind of constant across this. That and the failure of leadership, ultimately, democratic leaders who lack liberal values, lack the impulse to address those inequalities, is one of the problems with democracy today. That lack of vision, that lack of and our threatening democracy. So democracy itself, you know, it's a condition, but or it's a structural condition within which actors operate and fail or do instrumentalize their interests and the like to preserve that. So I think that seems to me as a common thread across the story here.
Yeah, similarly, I'll just say a couple of things by way of reflections. It occurred to me one of the ironies of the oligarchy discourse in the West at the moment is that I'm not convinced that Putin's Russia is, in a political science sense, an oligarchy. I think it's arguably an autocracy, and for reasons that Christopher just intimated to, it's not entirely clear what power the extreme wealth brings you in the Russian political system that is so much dominated by the whims of one individual. But of course, I think there is a much stronger case that you can make that a number of Western societies have become something akin to oligarchies, and the UK is probably a pretty close example if we define oligarchy as a political system in which the rule of a very small number of people that monopolise both political and economic wealth prevail, then we can definitely build an argument that the British political system, especially over the last 12 years, has started to resemble something of an oligarchy. And I think what's interesting with my question, I suppose I'm a bit of a techno-skeptic, and my partner won't let me attach any of our appliances to the internet, so we're Internet of Things free in our house, but I think you have a supporter of your approach, Gary, in my partner. So I think what's interesting, if you look at the British case, is that it's not really tech companies that have become central to Boris Johnson's oligarchy, because they don't need to be, right? So there's no particular need for Google or Facebook or as Meta as they're now called to peddle political influence, but rather the individuals and companies that do tend to be property developers, rely a lot on political influence, public service companies donated a lot to the Conservative Party, and those that draw their wealth from the financial sector, particularly hedge fund managers. And so I think this is, and the last thing I'd say, again, actually echoing what Christopher has said, I think there is a distinction, and this is a debate in the authoritarian literature. In my book, I take the view that the US and China have are moving towards different models of authoritarianism rather than converging, because in China, the economic elite live, in the words of one China observer that I quote, with real fear, men with guns fear, i.e. the Chinese state can turn up at their door and take all their wealth, and that is part of their social contract. Whereas, as Christopher says, that's not towards how oligarchy in the UK or the United States looks like, and it looks to me like there are therefore different trajectories of authoritarianism between those two systems.
Thank you. Yes, I think that we can all see that democracy has its dynamic, and we need to realize that Professor Cocker said about the contract between the elite and the citizens. When there is mistrust between people who vote and those who rule, the very fund of democracy becomes undermined. And I would say that that's a problem not only of quite young democracies like in Central Eastern Europe, but also of Western democracies, that oligarchy, that problem of the elite that is so far from citizens may provoke the processes that could be devastating for democracy. And I would just like to mention Franklin Delano Roosevelt, we've seen before a few minutes ago, and he was the one who tried to save not only economy but also American political system through a significant change of the model, social and economic model. And I believe that political elite should not refrain from making significant steps, important moves towards reforms and changes to save democracy as a model we agree, I believe, most profitable for society. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's already most of the important points were taken, so I'll just limit myself to 2 comments, really, to this. And I think this still, one takes on perspectives, comfort in a way. So I'll comment from my presentation point of view, and that would be that, the regulation of the digital space is gonna be a future, important future EU task, and it's gonna be also because the citizens want that. And I think this is interesting just because, when I listened to your presentation, I had this feeling that, since you presented this in a very kind of historical way, it's almost like, it's almost like inevitable, right? But it isn't. if you wish, right? So the question is who can really regulate it and where that regulation can go and who needs to do it. And that brings me to two perspectives that I think were already mentioned. The one is the West, the place, all the Western structures, or shall we, European Union, the US, as we know, this is forming a significant part of a transatlantic agenda in the recent years. But the second place is also the global governance and how this can be somehow placed there as a global common in a way. And is there a way to be, I think, innovative in the sense of bringing new modes of governance? Again, I'll bring back the Conference on the Future of Europe. I know that there is a plenty of people who are saying this is a futile exercise. This brings nothing and it's going to end with nothing, right? Despite the wishes of the mighty, this time political actors, who would like to see that otherwise. But regardless of what would be the outcome, one thing is quite interesting, is that, you know, this was an exercise that showed quite significant citizens' engagement in producing some interesting processes. There are scholars like Alemano claiming that this in itself, the practice, and a lot of scholars dealing with the democracy crisis will claim that, come on, democracy crisis is something that is possibly as old as the modern democratic system itself. It's always in a crisis. The question is, you know, can we think today about sort of, about bringing the citizen's voice in a way that it's productive for this? Can the technology be used for the sake of fixing some of the challenges and so on? So I'll leave it as this, sort of stating that democracy practice is changing. It's changing because there is a new space. You've mentioned youth. They are growingly activate themselves in that area. Is there a potential? I have no answers, but I think that's relevant to reflect.
Yes.
Barry, to you.
Thank you. I'll just take 1 second to defend myself first. My presentation was too front-heavy. I had 4 sections. One of them I was going to talk about Shoshana Zuboff and her book on surveillance capitalism, which is very contemporary and talks about how what she calls instrumentarian power is a feature of our current situation. So I don't think it's inevitable. I was trying to identify trends with historical roots. The other thing I would like to say is that one thing we haven't mentioned, and which is connected to some of the things we've been saying, is the question of our current situation of oligarchical control of the media and media concentrations. Because if we look back at our idea of a kind of healthy democratic polity, the fourth estate, serious, principled, professional, investigative journalism and such like, was always, I think, considered to be essential to the public discussion and debate. I think this is something we are severely lacking now, as fewer and fewer simplified messages percolate down into most of the media that most people encounter. And I think in the absence of real journalistic integrity and seriousness and the kind of outlets that convey it, in the absence of that, the conspiracy theories and the anxiety grow as people become more suspicious, the levels of trust decline, contempt for politics, and all the rest of these things that we've been talking about to do with trust and respect for certain institutions and offices. Without a healthy public discussion at the heart of a culture in which people can trust the representative, let's just say journalists or commentators, we descend into this kind of anxiety-ridden, conspiracy theory-rich, speculative kind of darker space with a weakened fourth estate, which I think is worth thinking about. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that it's time to finish our conference. Thank you very much for all these terrific presentations and discussion. We could, of course, continue these topics, but finally I'd like to ask Professor Łukasz Kamiński to conclude conference.
Well, I have no concluding remarks. I just wanted to say that we all think that it's been a great panel. So I thank all the speakers. I'm very happy that you accepted our invitation. And I'm sure the audience enjoyed the panel as much as I did. It was the first one, and we definitely will have more. So please follow our joint IDEAS Jagiellonian project. And I thank you all for coming, and see you hopefully soon.
Tomorrow at lecture.
And Maciek has, we have